Good evening. I'm only 3 minutes late to my own thing. Not that anybody else could see it late. George is here in the Discord. He may have some things to say. Maybe. Good evening. I'm only 3 minutes late to my own thing. Not that anybody else could see it late.
Do you want me to keep my nose out of this stuff?
Thoughtful commentary is always appreciated. And we're just going to be very careful. It has nothing to do with politics or whatever. No politics, no religious. Or we should say, other religiouses. Went live 3 minutes late. But no, sir. I'm already 3/4 distracted. Who knows? You might turn it another way and we'll just go with the dynamics. Who knows? We have much to do. Including, I need a war scribe. Somebody be my war scribe. Let's go. Hoop. I can't see anything. And then instead of 2 waiting, once I pause the thing, it says 1 watching. There's just something magic about YouTube and the numbers. All right, now I got that there. I got that there. 2:00. Still tinkering. Going to move into the outline very soon. I will start with, and I don't know if you even had time to read it, sir. Not the email. The second email, including this description that's up on the screen. Let's zoom it. It says about the poor Mr. Alex Pretti or Peretti or Pretty or however you call him. Sorry, sir. I don't know how to pronounce your name. George sent me a video of Brandon Herrera and Donut Operator, and I didn't hate it. It was a very good video, very thoughtful. Goes well with the civil rights lawyer. Oh no. Hoop. There shall be a correction. How do I get this on my other screen? I don't know. Just put it in a log. Be quiet your mouth, Dean. Equals. Jumped over because there it is. REGH and Pretti equals MIA'd the link to the civil rights lawyer video. To do, add the link here and in the description. I'm sorry, whatever your name is, the civil rights lawyer. Some days I remember. This day I do not. Let's get the thumbnail back up. For those of you uninitiated, this is the real world. This is Miss Iryna Zarutska and her red rummer in a red shirt. No, well, that's what it is. We'll talk about these other 2 pieces of today's thumbnail. We are entertained. The rest of us, or all of us, we are all the audience. That's part of what's listed as intro in the description. This is our true nature. For those of us that don't find ourselves down here in the arena, means sand. The name of the show in the middle was Spartacus, Blood and Sand. Warning, 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 warning. Very adult and very open-minded required. Fantastic. 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10 to moi. You just have to ignore the stuff that shocks your poor sensibilities and pay attention to the rest. So let's go. Let's leave that there. Get back on target. Stay on target. I'm going to try, and if you look in the description or look on this screen, you will see there is a lot of dot plan that includes checklists. These are my checklists. Hard brackets, square brackets. Put an X in the box when you got past it. But what, of course, pops up first, and this is all leftovers from number 1, and, or, sort of. Nothing ever really ends. This stuff it's the revolution of the earth and the wheel and all of us in it. And there's nothing new under the suns, S-O-N or S-U-N, depending on your preferences. I had an intro, a sociology or philosophy discussion or dissertation worked out, having to do with all this and the imagery. What we have got is life in the way of live streamering, the yin and yang and the art of destiny. The yin of it is my Priscilla's birthday. Happy birthday, my Priscilla. 29 or 39. Birthday. Yep. I'll make sure she listens to it and hears just that piece. Mayhaps she'll say, okay, tell him I said thank you. I did good. In spite of all else and me being a crabby dude. Let it all go. Get her a nice card. Write her something from the heart that is uniquely you, not stolen from a movie like everything else in your life. True, I did it. I got it done, and then I forgot to give it to her. Luckily, something reminded me, and I said, oh, trying to write this. When I got to this point in the log, way up here, copy paste from stuff. If you copy paste it, it has uniformity. So when I ended 126 and rolled down here and did the beginning of 01.28, I had to look at my clock watch thing. Who was phone? And figure out what is the date today. And I was sitting there scratching my head looking at this with nothing below it at about 1:40-ish. No, 11:40-ish. I apologize. I'm tired. Been a long day. Thinking, what was I supposed to do? What's special about January the 28th? Oh, yeah, that. So I got the stuff, ran it out to her, and said, I owe so many sorries, etc., etc. I was supposed to, play Santa Claus last night and put it where I was sure she would see it this morning. And life, I forgot. And then phone calls, and then more life, and then my chart messages regarding health and welfare of elders, and phone calls about that. And the neighbor across the street went to 911 with mini ambulance and blinky light fire trucks and phone calls from the neighbors. Everybody so sure, right in the moment of what's happening, the world has ended. And promising us updates later, which we never got. But we're assuming that the poor dear hopes she's okay across the road. Isn't DOA'd because, in spite of the old person neighbor screaming to the rooftops that she's a goner. Oh, we said, well, was she covered up on the gurney? No. Then she's not a goner. How did you even know it was a she? Yeah, that. So, anyway, Ian, it's my Priscilla's birthday. Yang, the neighbor, went to 911. Hope they're okay. And the deep Yang, or I should have put it in all caps, and it misspelled it or auto-corrected another. It's supposed to be M apostrophe capital N, another lady. It's either ZsaZsa, like the ZsaZsa store, which I used to call Kaza, or ZsaZsa, like the world famous, which is the, I don't usually call girl dogs Dorg. I call them Dogalillys. Her bestest friend. Woman's best friend. Identities or pronouns ascertained well. Woman's best friend, the Dogalilly. Had to go away today. Had to go to sleepers. Or rainbow bridges. Or all dogs go to heaven. Or whatever you say. No offense meant, especially not to poor Sonja Blade. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I tried. Not Elizabeth the mammy, this one. One day we'll sit around and I'll listen to you say whatever you want about your Dogalilly and offer you nothing. No tales of me own. So I don't know what else to say in terms of introduction. We have got deep in it, 12 minutes, 46 seconds, and I am talking too fast in my stupid, not practiced Texafornia twang of mine and not enunciating. But I feel rushed and pressured and tired. And I really do need to be done with this. I think I called it a chapter somewhere. Especially needing to get it out of my system. All right, let's talk about the intro. Things that happen that I call Synapse snapshots and mental movies. Trademark, copyright, me. If you start stealing it, hook me up with your popular influencer streameries and whatever you've got. Let me be a moderator in your chats and pay me minimum wage, which is only $7.25 here in North Carolina. I will happily. Keeps me out of the public eye. But it's all the stuff that goes on in your head. See the thumbnail. So we're going to go back and look at the thumbnail. When this poor girl go back and watch the whole 7-hour video last time, it does not begin. I could rant for years online about this one poor 23-year-old girl and how that ties to the rest of our silly reality. But I gave it my best shot for 7 hours in the Not Called That Part 1. When dude reached up, and I didn't use the reaches for the sky, his arms kind of out at a bad angle. He did a very unprofessional thing. I'll be careful. Let me clarify. See the movie Gladiator from the year 2000. Russell Crowe and lots of other people. Very good movie, including the music. I guess I would refer you once upon a time to my face space, but it is gone. Lightning struck it. The woman, and I don't remember her name, that sings in The Gladiator, and also Denzel, he fine, man on fire. And then we were free or something like that. I'm not going to look it up and keep putting stuff on the screen to bring the receipts. You guys all go do your own homework. The language that she invented and allegedly she only understands is what is called an idioglossia, not an idiot glossia. That's me. Hers is a beautiful, beautiful thing, and it's so complicated that it's a language she invented. See, twin languages. Allegedly, twins invent their own language and then go visit my brother. He probably remembers more because he was the older brother. He invented a sort of thing when we were kids, and then we got in trouble because I scribbled it on the wall doing good PPSB stuff when I was 3 or 4 or 5 in my Crayolas, taking my written notes and field note taking and report writing. My brother's invented language written on my grandmother's walls in many colors of crayon. Hey, I was a kid. I thought it was a great idea. Anyway, back at it. The movie Gladiator. Everybody sees art differently. It is based on who you are. That's what's so beautiful about it. Go sit around in a reading circle at a book club. Go watch 2 different reviews or critiques of the same show on YouTube channels. And whether you agree or disagree or think that they missed a thing, then get on your own ding dang and YouTube Live. If you got a phone, that's all you need. Download the app and go for it. Leave something for those that shall come behind or the posterity, like I'm trying to do. This only means something to me and maybe George, because we're hanging out right, doing it. But the point of things like when I watch movies like Gladiator, I remember most of all the lovely lady singing while he walked through the wheat field or rye field or barley field. Only a real true know-it-all who's probably a lawyer in America would correct me on what kind of field it is, with his hand waving in the wheat. I'll just call it wheat. Correct me below in the comments after you've liked, subscribed, bell dinged, looked on my about my channel thing, and contributed heavily to the PayPal link. Or not. Just go in the comments. Get me some views and some comments and tell me what a dummy I am. I'll put a heart on it, a creator heart. Say, thank you, you fixed me. How do we get this across? So anyway, in my mind, if you can call it that little peanut that rattles around inside my skull. When I saw first still frames, which my mind completed the time lapse for me, and then that broken time lapse and stuttering where they cut about a minute of it out, the crucial minute to a minute and a half, that somebody please get it to me. I'll sign all the non-disclosures and non-publishing. and keep it to myself's agreements and oaths and swear on whatever books or tomes or pamphlets you wish me to. And I promise you that my word is my bond, unlike 325 million to 350 million of the rest of us. If I say it, it is true. Not even on accident. I'll watch it once or twice and delete the daggone thing with the shift key held so it don't go in the recycle bin. It's something that doesn't really matter. And since I would have put together a non-disclosure agreement, I know what happened. I can see it in the before and after stills. But we go to when he reached up and they froze the video that they released. What was completed in my mind first was the scene in The Gladiator. Y2K. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Let me lean in. I'm finding myself slouching because I'm a sloucher. Was when he first escaped in Gladiator and rode off into the forest and they threw him down on the ground. Whatever. I don't remember all the details. And they were about to give him his end of line. Citron. I wish I had a deep voice like the MCP. End of line. That's wrong. That's bad. I tried. Anyway, much like in Spartacus Blood and Sand, the Spartacus character held this sword to, this is what they call the Widowmaker insertion point. Not on the left side where you could clip the important stuff and the heart. It's on the right hand side. Because that's true. It is very historically accurate. And they did the same thing. If you go watch this little segment, and I believe I put a link in the description. If I didn't, we'll go back and find it some more. Let me make sure. Hold on. Hold the line. I kept up. No, I didn't. I meant to, but I didn't. Here it is. I don't remember what her name was. I don't believe I ever heard it. And I don't know who Meg is, but thank you, Meg, because yours was the only one I could find that includes that specific scene. Everybody hop over to Meg. Like, subscribe, bell dingy to Meg. All right, we got it in. We are many. Sorry, folks. I don't have a war scribe. We are at. How many are we at? 23. 00. In chat. In hat. Oh, man, I could use some chili cheese fries and pastrami sandwich. In chat. While intro discussing a good DOA. A soldier's DOA. Hello, 2 or more watching. It's only showing me 2 watching, but we discussed previously. Anyway, the little girl, it's a long, sad story. Go watch all. And she's from the... Saying she is a fine young woman. It's obviously not a girl. Discussing the long ago, and the reason they're called gladiators is because this little stump of a sword right here, shout to... Oh God, I forgot his name. Shadiversity. I knew this before. Shadiversity has discussed it often. Gladiators were called such because that little short sword of the Roman eras was called a gladius, spelled with a V, but it's a U that looks like a V. Should we look it up and bring the receipts? Define gladius. Oh, thank you, T-Mobile and Google. I forgot. So here we go. We're gonna reCAPTCHA. Find the letter. Is it a motorcycle or is it a scooter? Does his helmet count? I don't know. We're gonna count the helmet. I saw you because I zoomed you with my touchpad. Oh, didn't count. Messed up. Does the bottom half connective tissue of the light, where the wires run through it, count as a light? Don't know. We're reCAPTCHAing. Nope. How about the crosswalks? And here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. The bottom half. Got it. Got him. In ancient Rome, a short sword. A gladius, Latin for sword at all, is the primary short sword used by ancient Roman foot soldiers from the 3rd century. When did we lose? For 20 years now, I've been belly aching and crying and whining and moaning over this BCE and CE garbage replacement. And now we're back to BC and AD as I grew up learning. The world turned back so that I'm not wrong anymore. Thank you, Google. Thank you, world. I don't know if any of you else have experienced it, but I'm going to try to stay off the tangent. So that is why, of course, a swordsman, a G-word slinger of back then, other than we'll have to talk about Shepherd David become King David later, and his little 5-shot, single shot, bolt action thing. So gladius is the tool of the guy who holds it. Gladiator. And here they go. All you dash-Rs, including Trumplicans. If it's a Republican one, it's still a gladius. Pompeian. Thanks, Shadowversity. Everybody hop over to the Shadowversity channel, like, subscribe, bell dingy, comment, share. Even though I didn't. So that is what they call in Gladiator era and ancient Greece under a different name and all the other places. Once upon a time. This is a good death, a soldier's death. Or right where the spine meets the clavicles, but you insert and go when you're standing at the back like the executioner here in the 2nd season of Spartacus. Gods of the Arena is what season 2 was called. And this, however you say it, I know I'm mangling it. Diona. She was a slave girl who got horribly abused by destiny, by chance, by random nature of things. Almost escaped, but ended here as like the trailer parts of what we would call a movie these days. Oh, well, we must dispense with this other silliness first before the gladiators do their work. And it don't matter. Look at all them standing up, clapping, baring their girl chests. They didn't have problems with identities back then. You were born with them or you weren't. Even though there's some mighty proud fakins in ancient Rome in this show. But that's all right. We gotta make the shows with the actors that we have, not the actors we wish we had. It can't all be perfect, and some of that may dang on well be CGI. Are you not entertained? It's a very sad tale. Breaks my heart. This poor lady. And this poor guy, these guys are best friends. And why the look of utter shock on his face is that someone standing off screen said, "Hey, in 5 years, do you want to play Kyle Reese in the Terminator remake?" And he was like, "Huh? Oh, no, I mean, some teenage boy, spoiler alert, ordered that in this that was supposed to be not for real. End with the thumb down on our modern televisions, but that's not how it was in ancient Rome. Thumb up, see your Beretta firearms, meant end 'em. But it's all right. They gotta do it like people are used to it, or else the suspension of disbelief will be too much and people will click away from their show. So, yep, all that. All that, including Russell Crowe kneeling down in the forest, in the frost, and bowing his head forward and telling whoever it was standing behind him. I'm quoting the movie YouTube, even though quoting the Supreme Court of the United States of America caused those poor lawyers grief the other day. We'll wing it. Give me a good death. Give me a soldier's death. But he tricked them. And then the other guy's thing had icy frozen stiction, where his gladius, his sword, which was not era appropriate, wouldn't come out of its not era appropriate scabbard or sheath. Mm. Yep. So all that comes from this guy doing that to her, and he did. He hit her in the widowmaker area and made a widower. And all those imageries fly over your mind. And way down deep or right on the surface in reflections and zooms of what bubbles deep in my mind. It's a poor little 11-year-old girl squirting quite furiously out her neck once upon a time in the streets of Los Angeles, being 11th Street. And mayhaps or mayhaps not. Maybe I only ever saw it again in fiction, or mayhaps I have seen it elsewhere. And all of that piles up into whatever I called it. Besides my mental movies and synapse snapshots and always hearing musics of every kind of era. Only real country music, meaning Johnny Cash, and a select few other specials. None of the new country stuff. Sorry, Reba, I just can't groove. There was something. I had ideas. I wrote them down. Because your notes and your reports could be used to refresh your memory. Would you like to read your notes and report to refresh your memory? Surely I would. Are you not entertained? We are all entertained. Go back to the thumbnail. All of us. It's a thing I have been going through. Where are we at? How many? 34? 50? Philo. Sophisticated. That's a word I made up a while back. It's all silliness. Amounts to nothing. You do you. I'll do me. Anyway, the philosophies of things, the theories. Set your way back clock to 1982 or 1983. To most of you on planet Earth, especially planet America, listen carefully. Those things really did happen before you became self-aware. The rest of us are not a construct of your fantastic imaginations. The rest of us think as poorly of you as you do of us. We're all equal that way. Some of us just choose to admit it. It's a measure of self-assessment. Go back and listen to the previous 7 hours. I'm not repeating all of that jazz. But what had happened were circa 1982 or 1983. And I don't remember if it was before or after being beaten to, we'll just say, swollen brain, broken neck, total amnesia. The only thing I knew on planet Earth, I didn't even know my own name, was that my best friend was named Daniel. And when they brought my real true best friend Daniel in front of me and said, "Is this the Daniel?" I said, "No." That's how bad my brain was swollen up and my neck was broke. Sometime before or after that piece of when I was 12 or 13 just turned violence that really did happen in my life. It was a very violent school year. And I cannot ever and will never recall which came first. The G word, and don't ever teach bad guys how to use G words, or the into the darkness or into the unknown. Now the text machine is bleeping, Elizabeth said. Pause the stream. Oh no, it did too. Oh wait, before I do this, may I, sorry, stream world, this is how things happen in real world when you're doing, I'm on the Mexican radio. Oh. May I read your message onto to the live stream? STRIM. That's European for stream. We will wait for written permission. Where was I? I recall. 82 or 83, before or after, the first time I ever looked into the business of a G word. Please don't teach bad guys how to use them. That's why I'm cautious about what I upload onto my YouTube. She said, ... okay. Let me throw a heart on it and put strip. What? Autocomplete. So, ... Okay. Let me stay on target. You turned off your targeting computer. Fool you, radio guy in Star Wars. I was never looking at it anyway. Alright, 82 or 83. Don't teach bad guys how to use the pew-pews. Because 11-year-old bad guy, age ascertained after, pointed a silver chrome grayish revolving one and tried to end me then. But because he got all his lessons from, thankfully, I guess. I don't know. The jury's out on this nonsense. Somebody had taught him to cross his thumbs. But what they forgot to teach him was always cross your thumb on one side of the G word or other, not behind it. So his thumb had hooked up under the hammer, and no matter how much he wiggled that trigger activator switch, the gun would not work. I mean, pew pew. Don't make me bleep that word, tube. Come on now. We're playing grown-up games in the world. I'm trying to be nice. I'm failing like an epic. Well, that cylinder, which then I didn't know what that was called. I did not care. I wasn't interested. Rattled back and forth, and it went clickety, 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 click, because he was really working at it. Even stuck both of them little tiny index fingers in there, which rode the wrong side thumb even up higher and made it clickety, click even less. With my one eye on one side of the cylinder and my other eye on the other side of the cylinder, I guess both eyes came together, and all of a sudden, there was an eternally big tunnel through the entire time-space continuum and history of all the worlds, but particularly this one, that was the dark black hole about the size of the moon. Was the barrel of that G word. And in it, as if I flew through it, with all this histories of the world, the part I remember is somehow seeing slaves, real ones, or, that's what people did back then, building pyramids in Egypt. And still, part of this was building upon the imagery, and if I could ever write things down and be a writer and make movies, I would have, or published a book, but I'm not. I'm the world's most frustrated inarticulate. Got stuff to say and no way to say it. Over time, that evolved into an understanding how this all kind of wraps up, and then we'll get into reading the message from a friend of a friend. Somewhere along those lines, and there were many things, I'd already done some studying, but down the road later, thinking about this seed of a thought that got seeded down the barrel of a G word in 82 or 83. And bad guys who didn't know how to use it. Yay. I guess. Is the idea like the nasties in Germany or whatever 10 million years ago, 10,000, whenever they built pyramids and sphinxes, that the little peasants and the peons and the worker bees want a pat on the head from Cleopatra And maybe you can see in her shirt sideways. Catch a view of her boobs. That's how base us guys are. But if we can't show off using something I wrote in my Priscilla's card, if we are not a great sculptor and can't sculpt a great piece of art so that the crowds and everybody else's will come around, especially our emperors and kings and self-anointed, we voted them our godmen since forever. If we don't have the skills, talents, or practice, or worse, we're frustrated in it because we want to go see the movie Amadeus, 1984. Then why put the passion in me like a lust in my heart? Yeah, and go see the movie Amadeus, 1984. Best opera yet written. Because that goes to this same point. That if we can't be the teacher's pet, or for some other reason somebody else is, we'll just take them out back and conk them on the head. When we, for whatever reason, we think we need somebody else's yay. And it's the same thing. Go back and see Cain and Abel. We just have more of it on planet Earth right now because back then, hell, I don't know. And I don't care to ask the Google bar and go through another reCAPTCHA. Google, T-Mobile, please. You're exhausting me with your frustrating reCAPTCHA. Anyway, when we cannot, and it is used in a famous piece of literature, very old, most popular, more people have lived and died by that sword that we in America call Dibla. Hope that doesn't get me censored. But that's what it is. More people have lost their lives in the name of all the names in that book than anything else per capita and not per capita forever and evermore. It can't get caught up. And in there, starting in the start, Cain and Abel. And many, many, many other times, including New Testament. My version that probably could have got me booted off my face space. The one man, person, human, who by creation could not do any other than good / miracle and speak any other than absolute truth. Look what we did to them. All you others figure it out. There's a lesson to be told there, and you can make it, because I grew up in California. And I had to write those kind of things at a Catholic school. Turn it secular so the state won't turn it away. Done. And that's how we do. In that book, or collection of books, it's called edifying. If you can't edify those around you, leave them alone. Don't tear them down. And worse, that one says, you are neither hot nor cold. You are lukewarm, and I will spit you out my mouth or vomit you out my mouth. One or the other. What is this? I meant that. So if you are not the bad guy, boogeyman, who does not deserve a name take his name away. He's just another iteration of wicked evil caca that we tolerate in this world. Or the poor, let's just call him, even though it insults the hell out of a lion. Let's call this thing a lion. And this, somebody dumped in here, because that's how they did once upon a time. See, feeding meat to the lions. Even when they were the Uden. See this tale of Daniel. But certainly, if you are whatever life destiny, remember this guy was the son of the king of somewhere and ended up here with his life harmed. Poor baby. It's a cruel world. Great show. Has a fantastic story if you can get past yourself. And this poor lady in second season, matter of birth and circumstance. And there's no going back. Penalty back then for being a slave and trying to escape. You're going to escape. You are now free, slave. She wasn't quite then. And he grew up 5 years later to be Kyle Reese in that wicked evil nail in the coffin of me and movies, 2015. And I didn't know until today when I was looking him up on his IMDb page. If you're not one of these, in the ring, in the fight, where circumstance put you, or trying to hold in your tears and be strong with a straight upper back, well, this monster ends you. Or see Mel Gibson's, whatever that movie was, where he screams freedom and they put his head in the basket.
That was Braveheart.
Yeah, Braveheart. Thank you, sir. See, I knew I needed you here. Then you're just like all the rest of us. I guess me included, though I think I work a little different. Not patting myself on my back and not damn proud of it. Just who I am. Which ties back to all these things tenuously tie back to each other. It's a revolving wheel or a spiral. Like a black hole. Are you not entertained at us hurting each other? The most of us don't have enough spine or stupidity to actually go out and get hurt or be hurt. We just sit around staring at our internets, getting ready to type our vicious comments or get up on these tubes. And that's why, George, man, that was such a good. You sent Brandon Herrera and the donut operator, and I sent George an email that I put a heart on it because they didn't do that stupid duck quack. Please, donut operator, stop. I'll resubscribe to you. As if my one counts in your tens of millions. Just, its time has passed. Get a new shtick. But there we are. Secretly happy that some brute ended. Secretly wishing that it was one of us. Not even brave enough to get in the stands, pay for the ticket, and clap. We're going to sit around our little coffee shops or our private places or get on everybody else's tubes and type fugly comments about how it's this or that fault or this or that fault. It's the sands of time. It's destiny. And now we go back to, I wrote it. It's in the description. I think I'm almost done with introduction, and I tried. There's a reason why every one of my videos so far starts with, I am the world's most frustrated inarticulate. I think I know what I want to say. I write myself a little outline. I try to be clear about it, and I'm probably not. It's okay. I'm trying. Send me a link to your video where you said it better. And if your video says that Dean's a dumb shit, shite. Scheisse. Good proper German. I'll go put a heart all over it. Say that wasn't edifying. See, I told you so. You think I didn't know? And when I say we are the world's most frustrated and articulate, what? Where's my S? How dare you? Autocorrect or autocomplete or auto-spellering. It is more accurate this way because it's a wordplay, which I love. When I say we, most of the time I mean just me. Going back to that other book that I secularly quote, for we are many. Although I do accept that there are other manys, probably a heck of a lot smarter than me, who equally feel as though no matter how hard they try, go see the free PPSB book. They are the sender in whatever. There's 5 components of a communication, transmitting the idea from one person to another, even if that person is a Dogalilly. So there's a sender. There is supposed to be a receiver. That's who got the message somehow, or it was intended to be. Then there is the message itself. What was meant to be transmitted from the mind of one to another. Then there's the medium. That is, whatever technology was used to send or carry the message. If you're talking to each other, it's one person's mouth, the air, and another person's ear. Sign language, somebody's hands, someone else's eyes. If it's this modern current format I'm trying to use, thank you, YouTube. Now the GooTube, owned by Google Bar. Give me a job. Minimum wage in North Carolina is $7.25. Not a sponsor, but a host and an evil overlord. They get to give the thumbs up and thumbs down to everything we say on this. Why? Because this is their arena. We're just either the gladiators, yeah, who are damned if they do and damned if they don't, or the poor slave girls. Some of you out there on planet Earth are the executioners who get paid to do this to the poor slave girls. Just doing your job, man. Just doing your job. If you don't do it, somebody will. Or slave guys. Here he is. And that's how we roll. Did I get my stuff put together? Where did my S go? Launch an investigation. So we get back done with the intro. Are you entertained? Spartacus, the first 2 seasons, we've discussed it. Give me a good. Probably should stop saying that over and over and over. And then that all ties to our latest example and the video George sent and the video I forgot to upload a link. Poor Mr. I can't pronounce his name. I'm not going to mangle it again. I can say the first name. Yo, Alex. And very articulate, smart people, including the video George sent me, and the civil rights attorney. Go look his channel up and find the video, including his. Maybe I did I put it in my notes for this morning? Diane. Give me a good D word. Sorry, I'm not supposed to be showing you my log and my thought preparation, which did all stem from Lackluster is one of those auditors of the internet, government auditors. It may or may not have started out as a go do screenshots. There they all are. Here's the close-up. I was trying to decide whether or not to put this. Stop opening over there. Computer. You can see the sword. See how he shifted left? He's on her right side, our left viewing. And I did look up a little bit of this actress. I just said actress with a T on the end. This actress. Nice job, ma'am. Nice job. And you did this so good all the way through. But there it is. The good D word. A soldier's D word. See, even a slave can get a soldier's D word. But it didn't mean it, or she wasn't a soldier. Well did, ma'am. Well did. And now you are free. It's the tiny little things in movies and shows that I take it a certain way because that's me. Other people may have meant nothing to them. That's what makes us great. And thank you, Google, YouTube. So far, we can talk about it here, where I tried to talk about it previously. Artist known as FaceBase. One day it was gone. Must have been lightning. I was looking for a screenshot. Lackluster. Here it is. Posts that you might like. Yin and Yang in the Art of Internet. The Noble Method is a lovely young woman. She identifies as woman. In Georgia that we all got to meet through James White, who I knighted. I call him Sir James White. Southern Drawl Law. She was wrongfully and falsely arrested by bad cops and harassed and harangued and abused, and she is standing up and fighting. She is awful strong. Good job. So I put a thumb on that one. The only one. Everybody go over there, like, subscribe, listen to all her videos. She talks a lot about psychology and sort of self-help, but getting help and making a better self out of you kind of stuff. And then she teaches by example. Good peoples on planet Georgia. And then on the right of it is the yang of online auditing. And this is what made me think, ice, baby. Here we go, back in Minnesota. This is the lingo that I wonder about. And please, YouTube, don't take it away, Google people. There are some of us out here on planet Earth that can accept Long Island Audit and Lackluster cannot afford their own private Idaho. You monster whatevers. And I complained over a year ago on my live streams to no avail. I don't have the ear of anybody important. Somebody get out there to Donald Trump looking so that everybody will stop bitching about what amendments say on YouTube and having their stuff deleted. Take our taxpayer money, defund something, some kind of one of our Gestapos, because I hate all of our government. Just shut something down. And hey, the same guys that we're supposed to be getting away from to host or private no bid contract these things through, of course, a senatus or a representative of your favorite party, or I don't care, put it through the Trump Enterprises. Equal partners with the Clinton Foundation, I don't care, but make it government owned. Voice.org or .gov, where we can go put and upload and do whatever we want, and it's First Amendment. And can't nobody do nothing about it other than market, especially if we market ourselves. You need to be an adult to read this. But if you self-certify like I did at a very young age, I was busy unaliving people. What happened to the guy with the tunnel through the time-space continuum of all the worlds ever, of all the histories of all the worlds, is he got his head kicked off in a locker door. And nobody had ever taught me that, and I had never thought about it previous. That's what happened when I found myself in the arena. Real world. In fiction book. Romance. In outer space. Earth is in space. So, besides the fact I had an older brother and a decent, open-minded, not silly mother, if I wanted to read a grown-up book, I could read a grown-up book. She didn't care. Because them books made for kids were dumb to me. I was a lot younger than that when a little girl child I knew got kidnapped and dragged in the bushes and R-worded very badly, and they tried to saw her head off with a poop-covered chain. Not a big, thick chain like you would lock a gate with. A gardening, mark off a section of your garden so people won't step on your bougainvillea bush or something. Little fake chain. Or like you would leash a dog with. Life grew me up, stole a little bit of childhood. So if I want to go certify to a perfectly good server that without giving you my birthday and my credit card, I want to read the adult stuff. Besides, my uncle had a closet stacked. They had to take the shelf and the bar out to stack his hardcore porn mags in there. Not my blood uncle. He's a good guy. Sort of. Mostly. At night, mostly. Just another guy in our life that we called Uncle. We had access to lots of adult materials. And besides, I was growing up in a big city. Anyway, let me get back to this and finish up this intro. Yin and yang, the art of this. I hope, please, I beg you, YouTube, don't do anything to them because of the words in this posting. And I suppose I should have edited the screenshot and put a star over to you. Let me put my little finger over it. So, lackluster and bravo, sir. Keep up all the good work. I like some of your videos. I don't like some of your videos. I don't care. The ones I don't like, I quit out of, but I give you some watch time and hours, some thumbs. Because I hate 99% of my government at every level and political subdivision thereof. If you're going to shine a flashlight on them, good for you, sir. I choose to carry daily, usually with 3 mags at full capacity, which I take to mean after, because I don't want to know. my little inner child keeps screaming at me. If it says MN on it, ignore it. Or anywhere else. If it says ice and it doesn't mean frozen precipitation, ignore it. Inner child can only take so much, Don't abuse your inner child. Or any other child on planet Earth, please. Anyway, I found out today from George's video that Mr. Pretti, I hope, had one in the G word and 2 spares, full. So that's where the 3 mags at full capacity comes from. F ICE. Yes, F all government. I was a poser anarchist and wrote those silly A's in a circle when I was a runk pocker when I was 13 and 14 years old. Now I am a true Darwinistic anarchist. Better that we all just take care of each other, ourselves, and go back to the little neighborhood and we are friends and we are not, than pay tyrants to hurt us. I have never, including back when the reason that some little dude who ended in the sand of a oiled concrete hallway in a 7th grade school, wiggling the activator button on a G word. Don't teach bad guys how to shoot. And me getting beat to unalivey, and then I still say, and I'm dealing with it, man. I'm just dealing with it. Regrettably reviewed by some damn dumb school nurse. I can handle it. In spite of all that, and it all comes stemming from some BS about a Drugos dealer, a peddler of substances, putting a price on my noggin and offering free admission. And it's another way. How did I learn this? This philosophy of mine? Because that's how it worked. Whoever unaliveyed this guy, me, would get to be a lieutenant or some damn thing. In this not even named G word, and get a cut of the pyramid scheme of chemical peddling on the streets of Pasadena, Los Angeles County, 1983. Whatever, however you work that out, go study all the dummy gangland garbage, or quasi/paramilitary ranked horse crap that we call private security in North Carolina without documenting it. The only way for you to become El Capitan is to crush and destroy whoever holds that slot right now. Even if it requires lying, tricking, deception, throwing sand in their eyes. Well, they're fighting in the arena and you're up in the stands anyway. Anyhow. So, F-Ice. Yes. I don't know if we're allowed to say any of these words. I carefully craft what goes in the outline, description, and everything else. I should probably roll this, mark the time. I'm doing pretty good. Am I doing okay, George?
Yes.
Okay. Am I making any sense at all, George?
Yes.
And we have 3 watching now. Hello. At least 3 watching. I heart you for being here even for a second. 01, 14. Oh, poop. The clock ticked while I was looking at stuff. 01, 15. 00. And then because I'm not a good live streamer. Poor girl. All she wanted to do was do her job. That's it. No one had told her what her job might entail. I thought it's fleeting. Dang it. I lost myself. Oh, duh. Stupid guy. Remember, when anybody involved in any of this stuff, especially at the PPSB, when I say you have a 0 IQ, you just throw right back at me. It takes one to know one. And you go show me a link to your live stream where you told me all about it, including how you got beat to on a livey when you were a child. Lackluster. Who's the other one? Oh, baby, please. Can't take it anymore. It was in the screenshot. Did I close it? Hello? Where are you, screenshot? Dang nabbit, I must have closed it. Hello, genius? Nope. There it is. That one, now it's on the left of the critical drinker, which when developers just say no. This is a real good video. See the thumb on it? And the critical drinker is a damn good video maker. I wish I had skills. So it's that one. Long Island Audit. Long Island Audit. Long Island Audit. Community post. They don't call it community anymore. I don't care. I'll call it that forever. Bliss. Please tube. No trouble them. No trouble for them. Everyone else, go check out their channels. Great stuff. In my humble opinion, unqualified standard American qualifier disclaimer statements that I refuse to engage in. I am neither self-deprecating nor effacing. Can you tell? Are you not entertained? Oh, Zoomer. Zoomer. Are you a boomer or a zoomer? I don't know. Well played, ma'am. Well played, executioner. But, ma'am, some award that I invented, you deserve it. Much like, what's her name? In Valley Girl, like for sure, 1983, totally. Can't think of her name right now. She's another Elizabeth. Elizabeth Daly. There was a few seconds right in there. Feast de resistance. Perfection. I should have invented a special award. What was I trying to get at? Lackluster. Like, subscribe, bell dingy. I guess I'll just leave this on the screen because I'm not pulling up anything in particular about the incident in particular. Ice, baby. Vanilla Ice is the guy. Couldn't remember that earlier today. Vanilla in front of Ice, baby. Go see the 2 videos. Don't listen to Lackluster. Sir, you can say what you want, and I hope Tube and them don't ever take it away. And I didn't read any of the comments below your post, and I didn't put a thumb on your post because it's not until we all realize that if you say what could be seen as inciting or inflammatory, the least of amongst us might go out and incite and be inflammatory. And when they are just a girl slave who thinks they are this guy standing here, this real executioner may come along and fix that. So all I really have to say about all that, and then I'm going to wrap up the intro, probably go pee, and then come back and read a beautiful text message from a beautiful girl who lost her beautiful pup today. And we'll try to celebrate the life of Dorgs and their people. You have a Dorg, don't you, George?
If you mean dog, yes.
Yes. I've said before on live streams, and it used to be on that other now missing social media in the glossary of me. That's what my grandfather called them, Dorg. And in his honor, no, I just stole it from him. I think it's cool. That's what my grandpa always said. So on top of all that, including posts from whoever, whatever, go watch all. If you can't handle 48 minutes, man, talk about being able to say what you mean and mean what you say and get it over with. Whoever those 2 were, George sent, Donut Operator and Brandon Herrera. How long is that daggone movie? That YouTube? 8 minutes? I put links.
Something like that.
Hang on, I'm scrolling. I know I put a link in here. Good videos. Brandon Herrera. 19 minutes, 44 seconds. It seemed like 8 minutes. That thing flew by, and I clicked backwards a lot of times and let him say it again. Make sure I wasn't missing much. I didn't watch it all twice, but I watched a lot of it 2 or 3 times. So if you can't handle 48 minutes from the civil rights lawyer and Patrick, I don't want to mangle it, sir, and I forgot to write in the thing that Patrick J is from the Institute for Justice. Man, these 2, civil rights lawyer and Patrick JIA Como. That's some big brain stuff. If you can't handle the 48 minutes of big brain stuff, go get your 20 minutes of really big brain stuff. Good job, all of you. But my take is, and I sent George a copy paste of what I posted under the video he sent me. Great job, guys, basically. And the rest is for me and George and their comment section. The big wrap up of all this, and it made me laugh, George, when they had in their video where he said, I have 1 word, and then he said whatever, and he says, oh, that's 2. And then they hard cut to something else because that's very funny, right?
Yep.
And I will get to it. I'll put it down when we're all done with this. The intro section. Hopefully I've got it across that this is my thinking. Sometimes you may have found yourself pushed down on your knees like Gladiator 2000 and begged all the universes and all the powers that be, including Knucklehead that has the power to give you a good D word, a soldier's D word. and send you to, is it Elysium or Ephysium or whatever, the afterlife? Not to the realm of Hades, where Hades pokes and prods at you for eternity. Greek lore, Greek version. Hades is the god of the underworld. It's very, I guess, if you have theological training, the realm of Hades, and Hades himself being Satan, 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 is almost transliterates to what our idea of El Diablo and hell. And only soldiers need apply. Anyway, I'll get back to that. I have one word for this. What the rest of us are supposed to do with everything in this life, I do have a one word answer. Always ask yourself, what's wrong with this picture when looking at it? If you can't figure it out, hush, study it more. And by picture, I mean the whole thing. What little bit of information I had about Ms. Renee Good, awful but lawful. I posted it on my little community, and there's nothing else I got to say about it. I don't care. It's not as complicated as this one. This is a very complicated picture. What's wrong with this picture? See the videos below. Do an hour of study before you try to figure that out, because I'm working at a high level. I've been teaching and training this stuff, including security and law enforcement use of force, for a daggone long time. I look at this with different eyes than other people. What we're always supposed to ask on every side of this equation: what link in the or this chain of events needed to be broken for it not to end up the way it did? And this is that. Go back to read the Supreme Court rulings that they discuss in both of those videos, not with the perfect with the perfect vision of hindsight and distance in the moment, in the passion of the event, but always is what's going to happen. And whoever's involved in an event is going to end up asking themselves instantly at the end of the event, go listen to the whole previous 7 hours and take one of my classes. I'll teach you that part. Or go download for free off imfscorp.com. Look under concealed carry and download my whole PowerPoint slideshows for concealed carry. There's a slide in there that I call pre-law, and it has to do with who you're going to call. See the last part one that won't tell you woulda, coulda, shoulda. Because nobody on planet Earth can tell you woulda, coulda, shoulda and ask you why and what's wrong. What happened here? Why me? Why didn't I have diarrhea this day? It's for everybody outside of that to say, what could we have done possibly? What link in this chain of events needed to be broken? And in this case, go see Leon the Professional. Everybody gets an award. Natalie Portman, woman. Natalie, critical drinker, calls her port person, and I giggle. Heart, Scottish dude, or wherever you're from. Mouthing opened the door. Ugh, my nose just went crazy on me. Sorry. I apologize. Should have muted before I snorted. But Gary Oldman, when they said, which one do we send or something, and he screams, everyone. And then, as soon as we're done being big-brained about it and insulting each other, like, go back to number 1 when you're asking what link in the chain of events need to be broken. What's wrong with this picture? Ask yourself that about all your reactions, your responses. Are you saying things that somebody might take as go out and do harm to an ICE agent? Or what they think is an ICE agent? I've heard a lot of crap today that hey, don't tell me anymore. About people doing, and I might have heard another repeat of it in that Herrera operator video. The people deciding they know who an ICE people is. Like 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago or 5 days ago. I don't remember. George knows. Because George told me about that one too, and I had to Google search it. The guys and gals and everybody in between that went and disrupted a private church place because they thought, and then our imbecile government way upstairs, who's the guys that sit in the pulvinus and do thumbs up and thumbs down while the rest of us hop in and out of the damn spectator seats and KIA each other in the sand. That's what they truly love. It makes them clap so happy.
It was a little over 2 weeks ago.
That, man, all we got to do is say some words and some goof is going to decide they know who is. And then our idiot government, Trump, Bondi, fix yourselves. And everybody else in between. I know there's some spokesman or sub-layered guy at DHS. Why did you come out and confirm that pastor also may have something to do in administrative management at ICE? Why did you dox the guy? See how dumb we are? All of us little mindless peons down here in the sand. I got all wound up. I'm sorry. Let me get back on track. Trump, Bondi, stop it. If no one else in this whole earth and the history of all the earth sees you, you'd better hope, because I see you, and you profess a certain religious belief. You better hope your religious belief ain't true. Because those people are going out there hoping that they can earn the eyes and the pat on the head, and they got some misguided, stupid belief like them dudes over there, the Proud Boys, convinced themselves that they were, once they overthrew the government, going to be the new Emperor Trump's gladiators and army and legion. Gotta nip it. Nip it in the bud. What link in the chain event needs to be broken for these events not to conclude as they have? Which relates and equates to number 3, is that we can't undo time. We can't set back time. We can't roll this back and unalive poor Mr. Alex Pretti. And yep, it did. It stuck in my head. And I probably should have changed the spelling of that. Go see the Rolling Stones' Beast of Burden song. He goes on and on and on, Mr. Mick Jagger, about the pretty, 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 pretty girls and oh so pretty girls. Whoo! The background singer sing. Everything always ties back to me to all kinds of stuff. What we are supposed to always be asking ourselves, and seriously and deliberately go see the movie Tombstone. You don't strike me as a deliberate man. Person, woman, doggo, whatever you identify as. What can we learn from this? That I'm jaded, I'm old, I'm tired of this garbage, that we don't and never have If any of us was capable of learning, me included, I don't set myself aside special. If we could somehow learn any of this, it wouldn't be happening. Individually and collectively, we do not learn. But we're supposed to say, unlike Deegan, who says, you show me a pile of crap, don't count the peanuts in it to me. I don't care. The rest of us start saying, well, those aren't peanuts. They might be chewed, hardened bubblegum swallowed. So let's call those links in the chain of events, which leads back to I'm getting passionate. And you're go back and see Amadeus, 1984. It's covered. You're passionate, but you don't persuade, Herr Mozart. That's me. I'm cool. World's most frustrated, inarticulate. That's all right, dear diary world Earth. It's my YouTube, and I'll cry if I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you. 10. One word, which is great because go hunt for yourselves the song that I knew from Life in the Streets of Los Angeles. I don't know why they don't say Los in mushy mouth Los Angeles, Mexa Spanish. They say it like French is with a silent S. It's Los Angeles. I don't know what that means. That's how they do, though. Especially in the Silver Lake district. It's called Una Palabra. And it says no dice nada. A word. A meaning one. Says nothing. Yet at the same time, it says everything. And in her eyes, the shores where I drown. Heart to you, Hermanita, if you're ever out there. Codename Candy from El Monte. But Una Palabra was used also in one of my thousands of number one, toppest, bestest favorite movie this second. Denzel, he fine. Man on Fire. That's a daggone good film. And back then it was on film. I didn't flub. And it's a daggone good digital DVD that does not include film. One word, like Brandon Herrera said, and then he said two. Here's my one word answer to all of the above in Minnesota, the ice babies, the iced by ice babies. You figure it out. I'm going to give you one word. Kent State. Thank you again, Brandon. I don't know how to spell his name. Brandon to Hair Era. If I spelled it wrong, I'll fix it later, sir. I promise. And then go back, and I was going to research it earlier today, but look at this daggone description. Look at the notepad that went in front of the description. I gave up hunting links, and I don't remember the year. I didn't look it up. I think it's 72 when I was 3. IMDb. I meant to say wiki. Brain, mind. Good thing I'm not playing video games today. The hand-eye coordination along with the noggin. Why are you not telling me about it? What did I type wrong? Hey Google, sup with that? Oh gosh, I thought it was 72. Nope. May 4, 1970. I wasn't even one. It meant a lot. It had big impact on my childhood because nobody protesteth too much ever anymore. They'd already had the trouble. There's several events in the history of Los Angeles that each individually and collectively are called the Watts riots or the Los Angeles riots all the way up to 92. But in the late 60s and early 70s, there was a lot of things. And then we're going to say, I think I know which one it is, but always ask. Rolling Stones lyrics. I went down to the demonstration to get my fair share of abuse. See? Hold on. Did my internet quit? No. I thought that was the one, but I didn't remember how many words were in the title. But if you try sometime, you'll find you get what you need. Sorry, Mick Jagger. That was all the way when I was made. 69. So the real one word answer is if by 1969 Mick Jagger was able to poem to music, at her feet words in some crazy British mushy mouth thing. We're going to blow a 50 amp fuse. Went down to the demonstration to get my fair share of abuse, singing, we're going to vent our frustration. If we don't, we're going to blow a 50 amp fuse. Sing it to me, honey. Exactly. It's a musical poem by Mick Jagger. White. Can't say that, even though it is the lyrics of another song. I always remember this part, especially when I'm hanging out with my friends. Rip Jimmy Suggs. And that is, you know, you're somebody's friend when you are who they call on. When the Fayetteville SWAT team is trying to red rum their son through a sniper rifle, and you go stand between them and the danger, which is what. But you don't go try to put your hands on and red rum the coppers. That's a fight you cannot win. True story. Mr. Jimmy, whose son was having a chemical problem at the time, badly, and whose son had also run against the powers that be for them hoop hole unpaid positions on the city council of Dunn, D-U-N-N, North Carolina. When they got their chance, that Mr. Jimmy's son, they didn't send our Dunn, D-U-N-N cops. They called the SWAT team out of Fayetteville, who was going to pay a favor by putting a sniper rifle hole in Mr. Jimmy's son. And when an 80-something-year-old or almost 90-year-old man tells you begging and crying to your face, save my son, you go do it. And the only way I could save his son is to push that son of a bitch down on the ground and cover his body with mine own. And let them little red dots off bonehead Fayetteville SWAT guys' G-word point at my back. We eventually resolved it. The hostages were released. What year is it? 2026. That was in 06. 20 years later, with a lot of medical intervention and a lot of biblical intervention, Torah, something. Mr. Jimmy is with us no more. He was very old then, 20 years ago. And son is doing okay. And he said one word to me, and that was dead. I said to him, to get your prescription filled. Yep, good stuff. But if you try sometime, you'll find you get what you need. So that's my one word, una palabra, the shores where you drown. Kent State. My other one word is my one word answer to everything. Destiny. It was plan, nexus, confluence. And then go see the Terminator 19, whatever year the Terminator was. 84, I guess. 83, 84. And the waitress lady that I'm still not sure if that was the roommate lady. It said, look at it this way, honey. In 100 years, who's going to care? Um, Great. Well played and well said in the movie. Had a lot of meaning, that phrase. I guess Alex, what's his name's siblings, families, nieces, nephews, cousins, anybody who saw the videos, descendants, posterities, somebody will remember. Who, 56 years later, would remember Kent State? I don't remember any of the names, but I know where to find them. And this is how America works. Wherever you find cause and think you're going to go see it your way and do it your way, someone has, number one, already hijacked your cause, and some, whatever those fine tubers called them, which is a word I use often for every level of government, including corporate governance and employment, and people who think they have power over each other. And I'm just doing my job, is Gestapo. It means hall monitor. And they're particularly known for it. And I wonder, Lackluster, could we yap? Could you help lend me some of your clout and get me a follower or 82 so I could have monetized? Try to edit your CCs for minimum wage in North Carolina, $7.25 an hour. Just saying. Hearing impaired may want to hear what you have to say, sir. I should not be self-promoting and distracting myself, but I am, because I really, and new time clocks are a ticking, need to find some fire to stand next to that isn't anything to do with gun people. I've done my lifetime with you nuts, with you worshipers of idols and believers in talisman, however you say talisman, plural. I need to do something. One word, una palabra, no dice nada. Nexus, confluence. I have many words about all these things. What amounts to destiny, the whys, how did it happen? It was meant to be, the theologian / religious say. I don't know, and I know sure I've done the door knocks. Go listen to the last stream or the part 1 of. It's not just about you, Paul Sherwin, and your PPSB. It's every one of us at everywhere, at every level. And we turn away and we look away and we find ourselves in a pickle or predicament. So I guess as far as Minnesota's Ice Baby goes, and George and I have discussed it offline several times, and I do not Google Tube ascribe any of my nonsense to good George because he happens to be here. And go watch the Brendan Herrera Donut Operator show. Even though they are run amok and overdoing it and making too much, according to Brandon Herrera, and I'm not going to tell you, but you know what I'm talking about, George? An 11-year-old and a 10-year-old?
Yep.
Okay, there you go. Me and George gave you a taste of something to go listen to and look for. It's only 20 minutes. That is what our federales are supposed to be taking care of. Everybody who's interfering with them is conspiring, aiding, and abetting child harmers. Another thing that Brandon Herrera got horribly wrong, and maybe it was Donut Operator. I'm sorry, you guys. I've been very busy. I'm still in intro mode. I have all this on the checklist to get through. This is the no checklist intro. They said, blah, blah, blah. He was legally doing what he was doing. And I don't apologize. No, hell, he wasn't. No part of when you take into consideration the expansion, and I don't care and I don't concern myself with such peanuts in this pile of crap as which amendment says exactly what and which ruling in which 17 or 18 or 19 or 2000s. Exactly, they refine the words. Here's what we all should know. Peaceful assembly with all time and whatever the other one considerations are allowed. Time and place is in order to address / redress our government. Never, and that's what was on the screen when someone on that Brandon Herrera or Donut Operator video said it. Never does that include walking down the middle of a street where cars are moving back and forth. In the ice, knucklehead. Some poor lady trying to go pick up her kids from daycare or something, and if you'd have fell in that ice, she'd have squished your noggin. You gonna let some innocent live with that the rest of her life? All of you people who want to protest this too much, write your senators. Call your a-hole governor, who's in charge allegedly, I guess, of all your a-hole cops, who won't get out there and, number one, enforce your local laws against people who are not protesting too much correctly. Or C, Kent State, and now cross those names off of all those who got hurt in KIA'd and write Alex what's his name up there. What if somebody had got spooked and slammed on their brakes on that icy street and scooched him? What if that same jackass that you guys still won't stop? Thank you, Brandon Herrera and Donut Operator. You said it so much better than I could with taking your religious sides and utterly destroying what then candidate, maybe, I don't know, maybe he was elected then a million years ago when some jackass ran their car into the protesters or the anti-protest or whatever it was supposed to be and killed that poor little girl. And there's the shame. I got my head so full of all you emperors' names, I can't remember that poor little girl's name that ended up with, if we take these 4 words, and I'm not counting on my fingers, I know it's probably more than 4, where Mr. Trump, or T word for you guys that can't handle his name, grow up. You got a lot of growing up to do. Where he said, there's good people on both sides, and as long as you cut out everything he said previously and after, you can make a thing about that. Well, what if one of those guys in a Dodge Challenger or Charger had drove into this protest that's too much? Would we be still complaining about ICE, or would it be Antifas or whoever it was back then, the new master race neo-nasties? See, it's just, it happens over and over and over again, and now that I've spit it out, I know it starts with a ch, and I can't even remember the name of the stupid city. See how much we enjoy heralding everybody else on both sides? You think Emperor Trump, Godman Trump, doesn't love it that I can remember his name and his silly sayings, but I can't remember a single thing, including where it happened, about that poor girl that got scooshed. World, you rock. No, it had a ch in it. Wasn't it in Virginia, George?
Which incident?
The one where the guy drove his truck into there was protests and there was counter protests or parades and counter parades or whatever the hell they call it. And some neo-nasty guy,
I
white,
believe it was Virginia.
white supremer, he drove that Dodge car into the crowd, and the only person who got hurt was that girl that got completely squished and unalived.
Yes, I do think it was Virginia.
Virginia incident that Donald. See, this is how we have to find things now. I do. I'm so inundated with the glory of the emperor. And good for you, Donald Trump. Good job. That's what we pay you for. Take our minds off it. Dehumanize each other and worship you, whether we're saying your name good or bad. We're not saying anything about the poor victim of all this circumstance and random universal dust. Donald Trump said, good people on both sides. Oh my God, Google, please. Please, T-Mobile. T-Mobile. God, my text machine is exploding. I'm neglecting someone. I probably won't read this onto the internet. Get some rest. Sorry, if you can. Trying to figure out something to say that's not as dumb as I really am to someone who's, please, Google bar, please help me. Sonja Blade. Bicycles. Motorcycles. I have many times had to go click the audio thing and then tell it to give me another one, and give me another one, and give me another one. Son of a bitch. Google Bar, I hate you. T-Mobile, I hate you. And then I was free. I'm sure maybe somebody smarter than me is or not overrun with stuff. Oh my gosh. My brother sent me some texts, and there's some. Well, you just go M60 yourself, sure, and then yell at yourself with a beret on your own head that they drew first blood. And I said, what, Johnny, Johnny, what? I can't find your effing legs. Sorry, the rest of you won't get it. You had to have been there in my text box. Now I'm supposed to pick cars. Coddle? And how stupid is this? If only. If only. If only. This is part of being a peasant. I'm gladiatoring against recapture. And recapture always wins. Charlottesville. It's not a ch. It's a ch that's pronounced sh. God, there they are. See? It's all about him. I asked what was the incident. So now we have to say who unalived at the Charlottesville. Because, man, that was a minute ago. August 12th, 2017.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yes, sir. So here's Dumbledore, the bad guy. Why do we have the bad guy's name up here? Wikipedia. Can we undo it? Click here to uncover this adult image. I don't want to know. I don't think anybody should be interested. This is what we should be interested in. And I can't pronounce her last name either. I'm not sure how it's said. Look. The beautiful people. The beautiful people. I was out of high school and college by then. Working in a coal mine, going downtown. That's danger close to the time. In May of 85, I believe. It was my good friend, Sergeant Mark Overton. Hit me up and said, can you still listen to a song and play it on the guitar? And I said, yes. And he said, good, you're in the Blackjacks. We got a show sometime. And you're in. Because the main number one super guitar player dude was off on a heroin bender again. So I got to be in one of my favoriteest bands and be a rock and roll star. And I was 15. Heather. There was a Heather that floated around. I'll have to ask my brother one day. Was it Heather or sister? And then I'll have to tell jokes to Bill Hughes about it. Have to have been there. I'm rambling. I'm verbal. I got lost in her eyes. So, Heather Danielle, the way we say it in America. I think higher. I need a pronunciation key. The only person KIA'd, and I'm going to hurt myself with this, she was the slave who got the gat in the arena. Everybody remembers Julius Caesar's, or the Caesar of the clan or family Julii. Everybody remembers that dude's name, especially because we named a salad after him. I grew up in Ruckersville, Virginia, and graduated from William Monroe High School in Standardsville, Virginia. She worked as a paralegal. Oh my gosh! She was going to be the first ever good lawyer. Sorry, the civil rights lawyer and that wonderful man that, and my cousins. I have several cousins that are lawyers. They're all good lawyers. But anyway, she was going to be. It was her destiny to be the first ever, having been down at the bottom of the pit of learning customer service the hardest way possible, and going to take all that people skills to court. And now she ain't. The manager of the bankruptcy division at the Miller Law Group in Charlottesville. She did not have a background in law. Wilson hired her at the recommendation of a friend and said that she had an eye for detail and was a people person. See, I told you. I hadn't even read that. I've never read anything about her. She continued her job as a waitress. See, she got a mentor. She didn't have to go to some $170,000 a year school and get all stuffed up and puffed up with herself. Gray man. What's the old, I believe, yeah, I can't even think of his name. I don't want to mangle it. Only the good die young. It's not Liberace, it's the other one. Let me get it right. He sang that beautiful song for Princess Di. Candles in the something. Not the good one. Not the better one. Credence. Candle in the window. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, it's not him anyway. That was Billy Joel. Good job, Billy Joel. I thought it was the other guy. I'm glad it's not. With the big funky glasses. Ooh. Ooh. See? She sacrificed. Won't put up with no racist. Aw. If you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. Her last post published on Facebook. Duh. Facebook. So sad. What was her, bro? According to her mother, Susan Bro. Bro. Bruh. Bro. That was very mean what I just did. Can't help it. It happened. It's organic. Madam Susan. I have no words. I can't imagine. Let alone, I won't speak into it. If somehow this ever got across, I apologize, the mother of. And if you could somehow get it up on this goofy wiki page, some kind of, did your, see how gone it is? Victims. 35 people were injured. Permanent and significant physical impairment. But because they weren't dash R's, or whatever they weren't, they didn't realize. Do you know that somebody threatens you, especially with a motor vehicle, with permanent and significant physical injury or impairment, or DOA, see the Renee Good incident, you can lawfully uh, remove the real engine of the car. And remember, then it becomes an unguided missile. Better or worse, we don't know. I would like to know, what is her favorite movie? What kind of music did she like? Did she have a favorite poem? Was there a law quote that caught her interest, like the one that always has caught mine, which is supposed to be the foundation of the British and American court and legal judicial system? Mwah, you you said supposed to be or should be. I don't remember who said it. Better that 10 guilty go free. It was there. Come back, Google quote. God, it's gonna make me freaking recapture. Go free than one innocent. Oh, thank God. Blackstone, the original, not all the crazy stuff. Better that 10 guilty go free than one innocent is a legal maxim arguing that the injustice of convicting an innocent person is worse than failing to convict a guilty one. Formulated by Sir William Blackstone in the 1760s, it justifies a high burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt in criminal law to protect individual liberty. Yeah, but never mind principles. Laws to that. We got government jobs. Yep. I wonder what her favorite thing of law was. And she was a people person. If you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. That's a quote from somebody else, I do believe. Sort of. She made it her own. Bruce Lee. You are the master, Heather. Yuck, 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 yuck. And then they talk all about federal stuff. They talk about state stuff, civil trials, incarceration, memorial service, vigils, Randall K. Cooper High School. And I ended up with a legal question that I asked somebody on somebody else's smart, probably audit the court channel the other day. A question I had never thought before because it is 2026, not 1826. We have to grow up in America. Information moves fast. Blah, blah, blah. Look at all this. And all she gets is that teeny little blurb. She doesn't even have her own wiki page. I'm sorry, Heather. If I had time and money, I would make it a research project and make you a right proper wiki page all to yourself that didn't talk much about this. It would say, go over and see that silliness over there. All right. Close the tab. Sorry, ma'am. Good night. Are you not entertained? We are all entertained. Sucks to be you is kind of the attitude that we all have. That could never happen to me. Beware. Beware. I should write it in my log. Equals Heather, Heyer, is the another lost to the universe. What do we call it? What are we supposed to call it? I don't know. It'll come to me later. I'll go back and edit. And it's not lost. That's the wrong word. Stolen from the universe. Person. Charlottesville. She needs her own wiki page. I would love to know something she liked. Music, movie, color, besides law. Must have been something there for an a-hole attorney to say there's something about that person having met them after a recommendation from someone else and say, hell, I'll teach you what you need to know. Come work for me. Work under my license. Not as a sclavo, not as a slave, Bill MacRae. Get out. Okay. 2:16. It says 12, but I'll say 30. Intro over. Break. Are you back yet, George? Or not yet? 8:49 p.m. Eastern. Be right back. Everybody guard the fort. It only says one watching anyway. I'll just leave that up on screen and I shall be right back. All right. Starting to get reorganized, resituated. Filled up all the drinks. I've got, because part of what we do to each other. See the last 7 hour, 7 minute thing? And the 2 hour something introduction is we turn our backs on each other. Really go look long and hard and listen hard. If you don't think I expressed it well enough, help me. That our inner children, our inner psychological, emotional, spiritual selves will control the outer self and make us turn away, look away. Even if our eyeballs and our heads don't go, what gets interpreted along the optic nerve gets lost. The mind inside will quell it or quiet it. So, hence, the great, the one and only Pink Floyd on the turning away. Oh, I guess we have to ask for the lyrics. I know some lyrics in this world, but obviously I'm not the singer. I can dupe guitar, electrical bass, drums, left or right-handed on the drums. Never got that good ambidextrous. Certainly not a poet. It's just a case of others suffering. Or you'll find you're joining in the turning away. You and everybody else. Because we don't like what we don't like and doesn't make us happy and smile. We naturally move away from it. Or turn away from it. Or turn our back on it. It's not a big thing. Great song. Great poem. Great musical poem. Not even going to log it. 2:23:50. There is a written plan that includes check box lists. Here we go. Let's just put it during the break. We'll put it in parentheticals. Pink Floyd on the turning away. Find it yourself. Talk amongst yourselves. Let's go. Let's get on the list. Tread lightly. All right, we're done with the intro. We're done with all that. Mr. Gary Pastor, North Carolina Protection Group. There's no way for that to come out right in the writing. But this is basically what, if Mr. Bill MacRae knew how to smack him like the Godfather, why can't you act like a man? Because he ain't no man. That's all. Just a movie. Godfather. He would get up and say, "Shut up, Gary. Be talking all that smart in my dumb space. If you were all that, you'd be on the board." That kind of stuff. Mr. Gary Pastor I know several people. One that still does. Work for you. And have many times said, get me with Gary. He says good things at the meetings and always gets shut down and forgotten. But that's been too many years in too many ways. Our destinies lie. Is it different paths or different roads? Open the bar. Star Wars quote Destiny. Your destiny lies along a different path from mine. There you go. It is unavoidable. It is your destiny, said Emperor Creamy Sheaves. This is all I'm going to do anymore. I will send links to both live streams to Mr. Paul Sherwin and maybe the new guy upstairs at the DPS. You guys all do what you want to do with it. I'll see if I can find somebody that can communicate with you and let you have a listen. Ain't that a shame? All right, roll that. What are you doing, computer? I'm blaming the inanimate object. It was my fingers. Put an X in that box. Stuff he says at meetings, important stuff, that since it has been said, oh well, we'll never hear about that again. I think that deserves some discussion because it's not just him, even the board members. There's nobody at this place that ever thinks about, we ask people to speak, or some of us board members, MacRae, just won't shut the F up. Does the board not have a secretary? How come what people say never gets put into the minutes? Nobody's writing down field note taking so that we could perhaps prepare a report for later. Especially when people put a lot of effort, like Mr. Gary Pastor does, into trying to scream into your void. Because guys like me don't give a F anymore. You win. We can't reiterate that quite enough. And all I can do is hope and pray and wish that the next time somebody gives a slave girl a good DOA, it's one of yours, not one of us useless peasants that you are also. You just think you're more than that. We are all equal, including smarter guys than me, like Mr. Gary Pastor. Somebody at North Carolina's Private Protective Services Board, a closet at the Department of Public Safety. We will discuss it. There's checklists, part of the DOT plan. But our whole attitude with everything in this country, since it was a loose collection of colonies, and we were punching each other in each other's snoots over who was going to be British and who was going to be Americans. Because we can't just get along, Rodney King. We never could. See? Cain and Abel. If we could, somebody besides me, because I didn't write down what he said, I recorded it and uploaded it to my YouTube. And here I am trying to give it a thoughtful answer, let alone any answer at all, as if bitching and whining about it at the meeting solved it. See all of the last 7-hour video. Well, somebody spoke it out of their system. It's cathartic. Moving on, invent a new problem, which we'll gladly do. Make a mess and don't clean it up. I heard you, Gary. You did a good job. Many times. For a long time, but they can't get over themselves because you were born on a higher tier, higher up the pyramid, nowhere near the top, but that's their own human inability to accept that you're not trying to do anything to them. It's just how we are. I don't remember if it was the January 26th or November 25th. I've already stated twice in the intro section and showed you and scrolled up and down everybody, including me, if I come back and look at this someday and laugh more. I always have meant to, all the way back since I recorded the first one and uploaded it, do something like this about each little one and try to smile and laugh it off and deal with it and cope with it. Well, life. What I meant to do is go back. I recorded them. I got the videos on my hard drive and watch and put timestamps into the videos and say this is what I'm talking about, especially when it comes to things like someone not bored saying something that almost sounds sensible and then being shut down instantly by others, but you're getting it, Bill MacRae, because you do it the most and the loudest. But I have not been able to get or take or steal the time to do this, especially you, sir, or Mr. Pastor. I apologize. To do you the proper service and not disservice you by getting the correct date and time of the meeting or date of the meeting and timestamp from when you said what exactly you said. And maybe even play it here and then speak my thoughts about it and finish my thoughts about it, or maybe put some links to code or something that might make sense. But I really would, sir, in one of these meetings, I don't think it was as far back as the September meeting. In one of the last two, you mentioned about how we don't keep up with guards. I put this, you didn't say this. One of the board members might have said that other states do. And I was being have in the January meeting. I ain't typing nothing in that chat. Gonna do journalism, record it, upload it. The world can see it, if just for a minute. I don't know if I'll do it again in March. My care for and ability to tolerate being burnt by anything NCDOJ DPS funneled through the sewer pipe that's like a 32S trap that is known as the PPSB is finished. Okay. Without any more of my bibble babble. In one of the last two meetings, I believe, sir, and I don't mean to disservice you, but I am just going for it. You told a tale. And anyway, what I should have typed in chat, or I'm gonna say now, is that Texas keeps up with its individual guards individually. And they used to be called commissions. And then Texas has modified everything. They're too much import of Californians. They got to keep changing the labels on things. So whatever, you can still go to the state of Texas and search a security officer / guard and see every time they've been trained, certified, worked for one company and then moved to another. They're independent, which is what this board and especially career government employees, like, if I offend, I apologize, sir, are Stephen Johnson, who don't have a dog in this fight. They don't care about their company, and they're not worried about monopolizing all unto themselves, especially him. It was all monopolized unto him, abdicated by the entirety of the democratic process in a Republican state, et cetera, et cetera. But he wasn't trying to put his competition out of business. He had none. It's the rest of us peasants and peons that sit up there thinking we can use our position on a place like the board to F up Gary Pastor. And I'll get all his clients just as soon as I get him out of there. And if I can get Dean out of the rogue instructor business, everyone will say you're the best instructor ever, whoever the hell has that bone to pick with me. But all right, whatever. So we get back to, we don't keep up with our license holders either, Mr. Gary. If you have access to legislators, you said in one of these 3 meetings that you were getting law written or a bill or a draft of a bill. If you got lobby power, sir, we could really fix some stuff in 74C. And do things like create a database, see the last meeting where what he's, and I don't even have it in this outline anymore, so I'm not going to discuss it anymore. What happens if Permidium packs their bags and goes away? What if lightning hits their servers? I'm going to giggle. See the discussions last meeting about Permidium and raising rates and what ifs. What if we counteroffer and they say, suck a bag of shaving cream? Well, I guess we'll have to go get the papers out of storage and hope that the girls in the office printed some of that stuff out. McGird. Or that the license holders keep better backups and paperwork than the license holders that sit on the board. All right. We don't keep up with guards individually. Gary Pastor told a story of, I believe, if it was a PIA or, I'm sorry, sir, this is my edition of it. He told a story or a hypothetical of, let's say, a security guard got into a domestic violence DV, whatever, arrest or cite scenario. So immediately upon appearing to work, the company, he said it, you can go listen to it in the meeting, but I'll just try to keep it anonymized, washed off, I hope, in CPG. Immediately when they became aware of it, they terminated the security guard, and then they went on talking, and Paul Sherwin had some input, and someone else, I believe it was a board member, but I could be wrong. Hey, you board members, I'm giving you credit for something somebody said. If it was Paul Sherwin, I take it back 100-fold. Good job, Paul. Mentioning that other states keep up with it. Like, and the purpose for Gary talking about it is, and this is a real problem in North Carolina security. Because not only do we let these people get away with red rum and drift to another security company and continue their bad person stuff wrapped in a security uniform, we do it on purpose. And all of us peasants and everything down here, the mid-level peasantry that thinks that they wear a commoner's vest or some silliness. I'm not sure of all the British titles. Perhaps you're the Burgermeister. It don't mean you're anything. Like, I own the company. And I'm not going to name names or whatever. I'm just going to say this is an absolute fact that I got called by more than one security guard who'd been given BS titles. You're the site lead. You're the site supervisor. You're the LT. You're the sergeant. And then Capitan shows up and pointed a gun at these people. And they slowly and surely, all of them drifted away and didn't have no way. They didn't report to their board member license holder, their boss. They, of course, came to me because everybody hates you anyway, Dean. Do you think you could do something about it? Sure, swell, whatever. Just see above how we're all afraid because we're all going to get shut down all the time, and you never know who's politically connected to who, and what if that so-and-so's secret S partner in their 5-way open marital relationship or whatever the hell's going on in this sickening country. When it got too much to bear, of course, with me and other people going to this board member license holder and saying, you got to do something about not the one bad guy who now was enjoying the power. If I can do stuff that would cause normal people to justifiably put a hole in me, I can do lesser thans like SX harassment or slightly less than serious, if that's such a thing. That's another lawyer disgust. Spins me off into the tangent of my Aunt Eva told me a joke when her husband went to law school and then told me about every 2 times a day, every day. She loved to repeat a joke. What do you call 1,000 lawyers at the bottom of the sea? A good start. Only lawyers can do that. Pink Floyd turning away is hard. It's to make a difference. When you base somebody's employment on them tolerating abuse from you in any way, especially that way, oh, you are so wrong. But anyway, what this board member, employer, license holder did when it became a bit too much, is not only sent this bad guy with a reference to somebody he didn't like company, but also made sure that they got special treatment and privilege and all this other stuff so that they could get deeply embedded and start doing harm over there, which they did. And when complaints came from over there about how good people were quitting or leaving Suck Irity in North Carolina forever because they had left license holder company to go to this other place because of that a-hole and because they were too scared of children to do whatever about that a-hole. Now he was their Capitan or I don't know. I've always joked ever since companies in North Carolina started using these stupid military titles. Either write it in your employee manual or shut up about it. Because we're private suck irity. Call yourself 44-star Commander General Thor and Raiden the Lightning Gods of security at security company. Why the hell, and why don't we have any privates? So here's what happens. What had happened were, yep, everything is this way. That's why it takes. I've been doing this since 1998. I don't know how long you've been in it, Gary Pastor, but I'm done with it. Next live stream ain't going to be about this BS. I'm hoping it'll either be video game turn on, or I can return to my whatever I was doing back in the year ago that I got kicked in the twigs and berries about because somebody took something out of context. Here we go. Please, sir. Allegedly, hypothetically. When this guard showed up and got instantly terminated, I believe, or immediately for a disqualifying offense, so-and-so. And Paul Sherman did have some not foolish. Sorry, not sorry, Mr. Sherwin. It was not great, but for off the cuff, you did not defile your officer, yourself, or anybody else in the comment. Me being an a-hole, I expect more out of a guy who held himself out as and took the job of director, the boss of all things board, and you don't have the good answer of, wait a minute, when this guard got terminated, did you, boss, whoever it was, and the guard report timely according to 74C-12 and the code? Was there, and I haven't had time, sir. I apologize. All of you sirs and ma'ams out there and any other woof woofs or whatever you call yourself. Was there a citation, charge, or arrest for this disqualifying offense? Because if there was, the correct answer is hypothetical license holder, boss, employer. You do your reporting according to 74C-12 in the code, and don't help that employee do theirs. Hope. And then file a complaint against them before you terminate them in your permitium. And I know it's not supposed to be that way, and the board, I've tried to file complaints against officers before, and the way 74C is miswritten and the code, go see a lot of these words got to get fixed. You ain't fixing 40-year-old problems at all, Paul Sherwin and Lawyer Man and our RCs and everybody else, because you haven't fixed any of the fine words. You just keep adding more and more and more. You cannot build a solid house on a crappy foundation. And castles made of sand on the sand slips into the sea eventually. Jimi Hendrix. But what we've got is 74C-12, a duty to report. I have lost. Good. Not great. Good enough. Good. And the sad thing is, as a supervisor, everything else that I've done in this ridiculous industry under that ridiculous board, under 2 departments in this state, and umpteenth millionth secretaries and directors and other such employees. Go count them on your fingers how many there been since 98. We don't use the tools we have. I've lost too many guards because they failed in their duty to report under 74C-12. That didn't start getting enforced or whatever until 2019 anyway. They didn't know because it's not taught in your stupid book. It certainly as hell is not taught in any of your training materials. The only way for anybody to know that they have a duty to report is to get some teaching and training from somebody who isn't a knucklehead. Because you don't teach it at Wake Tech either. And it's been so long, and I sure as hell have never had the benefit of a proper PPSB Chad school, that by the time I got to sit on any, you guys had burnt the soul out of him, winners. As far as I know, Chad doesn't bother to teach the duty to report, even in the G-word class part of it. So there we go, Gary. You started along a road that is fantastic, but if we really want those people out, then don't terminate them in your permitium. Terminate them from your employment and file a complaint against their guard card registration. Because when you unravel the doo-doo, yes, some of it needs amending, but if you get them revoked, suspended, or denied for the failure in the duty to report under the law 74C-12, then they are revoked, suspended, or denied from anything forever PPSB, including another guard card. The solution is already there. And nobody, including Paul Sherwin, had an answer for you, sir. That's the answer. And I should pull up on the screen. NC PPSB. Go. Laws and rules. I have the rules downloaded somewhere, I think. Scroll down to 12 and be mad because something's wrong with all the web browsers and this CSS style sheet or lack thereof. And then the question also would be to any license holder who terminates their people. Board, Paul, we're getting to you guys, and I'm only naming you Paul Sherwin, and everybody leave him alone. Send your letters or emails to the director's office. Me and him have a special friendship. Frenemies there. And he wins because he gets paid for his efforts. I'm too stupid to get paid for mine. Who's the smarter person? Denial, suspension, or revocation of a license, registration, or permit. Duty to report. The board may, after compliance with Chapter 150B, which they don't comply with 150B, that doesn't matter. The board may, after the board does whatever the hell the board feels like, deny, suspend, or revoke a license, certification, registration, or permit issued under this chapter, has, if any of those, they forgot certificate in the second iteration of all the iterations. See, it says certification. If the licensee, applicant, registrant, they forgot certificate holder, has done any of the following acts, and without a time limit, it means ever. Flip back to the September meetings where we got into that ancient old argument again with Bill MacRae bloviating and blowing his own blowhole hard about because Permitium says ever, it doesn't matter what the law and the code say. Permitium ain't the king of us, Bill. You really sound broken, sir. If you have ever, remember this one, made any false statement or given any false information in connection with any application or whatever for anything, put a pin in 12A1, Bill MacRae. If I can get this to somebody's ears and somebody will actually listen, you would be best. It might behoove you to leave before, just resign, get out of everything, go home and collect your Social Security checks before they revoke, suspend, or deny you. I can hope, I can dream. So anyway, that's number one. What's important about, and it used to be up in the top 3, then they hit it. The state legislators under the influence of somebody. If you have ever violated the firearms provision set forth in this chapter, that's right. 1 and 15. False reporting, impersonated or permitted or aided or abetted to impersonate a law enforcement officer, even if they were one we discussed last time, and we're going to discuss it again briefly here. Oh my gosh, where is it? Otherwise defrauded, we can't, or harm the public. I just saw another one recently somewhere where they forgot that word. If you defrauded or harmed the public, or the board, or your clients, or the private, like your employees. Convictions under number 25. Well, maybe they took it out. Oh, with respect to an applicant or a principal in the applicant's business. Here it is. The applicant themselves. You can't apply. Never mind all the qualifying agent and all these other stupid names they have for people that work for you allegedly in management, like a designee. With respect to an applicant for anything. Been previously denied, revoked, or suspended. See, the legislator don't care. This language is wrong. If they've ever been previously denied, it doesn't say application. How can you be denied? It only has to do with an application. The entire state, since forever, including the special lawyers that come and go up there at the General Assembly as legal advisors, because General Assemblies don't have to read and understand law. And how many governors have we been through since the 1970s that this language is improperly written? If you've ever been denied, revoked, or suspended, then your application, current, new, 40 years later, I guess, must be denied under the law at 74C21. because it doesn't say application. Oh, but then off the end, it says, or previously had a license registration or permit revoked for cause. There's language missing here too. Well, what if I try to get a certificate as a trainer? Well, according to the law, Mr. Lawyer Man, word mincer about lawyers, gray man, you can be a trainer even if you can't be anything else in PPSB. Don't mince the words of the law at me. So anyway, getting them removed from our industry, and if they get denied after compliance with 150B, which the board and its contract attorneys seem to be able to pick and choose pieces out of that they like. Full and total compliance, or the appearance of, even if people could readily argue, well, the appearance of only to you is certainly not beyond reproach, unquestionable. But there you go. And you have a right under 150B to appeal it. And even if you lose that appeal in 150B in Office of Administrative Hearings, and according to the big, long, racist intro and sexist where they made that board member go sit in the back of the bus, well, they read a piece of paper from the Office of Administrative Hearing / court that turns out to be, whatever. They make a recommendation. The board don't have to follow it, and you can do this over and over and over to infinity and beyond. Or if the person's lawyered up enough and has enough money, which no security guard does, they've all been ripped off too bad by their bosses. And the board. If you were a millionaire, or if you were Elon Musk working in security for some damn dumb reason, then you could just hire your own attorneys and pull it out of this BS 150B nonsense. Having exhausted your administrative process, you do have to exhaust the hell out of it and take them to court outside. If you could afford any of that, you wouldn't be talking about this stuff. You'd be out doing whatever you did to make real money. Which is these things are always going to be too long. I'm going to try to hurry up. So if you didn't want your bad villain person, Gary, or allegedly, or any other license holder, if you don't want to hurt other companies, we could have friendly competition in this industry. It's what it should all be. But there's never been any friendly competition in any industry. We're all going to put each other out of business and take each other's customers. That's how that rolls. And as long as it does, we'll all be down here dancing around in pig costumes. I said that purposefully, trying to sell our barbecue over the other guy. And laughing when our 16-year-old girl employees get shouted in the face through a door over mayonnaise. Because you know what's good about 16-year-old girls? There's a whole ton of them out there. So here we go. Did you report timely within 1 business day, and then write your full report, including as the license holder you have to ask for permission to tie those reports together, and they somehow shoehorned a technical correction into the code, probably to make me and some others stop asking. Can we combine the individual person who's enslaved under a licensee and the licensee? Can we combine our reporting? Well, if your security guards, officers, people trainers, whatever, or your PIAs or anybody else, but PIAs have their own license, you can complain on them directly. Did you? If Paul Sherwin, answer this question for all of the board. If a license holder submits a complaint, but they accidentally terminated their employee, does the board do anything about complaints against officers? Because the law and the code say license holder, that the board has administrative power and the ability to assess money fines or administrative fees against a license holder, not a certificate holder or registration or whatever. So anyway, too much time. I spent too much time. I'm sorry. Somebody else take what I just said, edit it, turn it into English, and forward it to Paul Sherwin and Gary Pastor and NCPG. Make sure that you did everything in your power. And then, if you didn't report timely, it don't matter if you terminated them. The license holder under 74C-12 and the administrative code 0110 maybe, you still had your duty to submit your notification within 1 business day and full written report within 5. If you did your part and the board is throwing that stuff into the shredder or the e-dump bin, then I guess we would be able to say, well, show me where you sent it to them in writing and demand from them now, dig it out of your files and show it to us where you're keeping up with it, board. But if none of us are going to do anything in writing, ain't nothing going to happen. Who cares about the law and the code or doing what's right in this industry? And besides, if I let him go over and work for them, he'll F them up like he F'd me up, and then I'll be able to steal their clients. See the guy with the purple Punisher skull trucks. He worked for all of you. In the September of 2025 meeting, it wasn't September 25th, it was the year 2025. Gary made a good and passionate public comment about that whole, I don't care what the law code number is, Mr. Lawyer Man. It's meaningless. What's in it is more important than what number it holds on it. Private school employees are able to have G words, and the electric ones, at schools as of whenever that December 1, but they had passed and overrode the veto or didn't. The governor signed it. I don't know what happened. It became law and it became effect, some of it immediately and some of it December 1. It was all the way back in September when it was hot and bothersome that Gary Pastor, true story, said a very good thing about that. And of course, Bill MacRae got up with all that. Go back and listen to the last one. Blabbity, 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 yeah, but. And I'm telling you, and I'm telling you. And he didn't even bother with the lie that is Deflection techniques. He just went hard and loud, and it's go listen to the other 7 hours. I'm going to be done with this real quick. You particular board member who I've called out too many times, I don't want to say your name. Don't say the bad guys' names. Say the good guys' names. Gary Pastor. Actively listen. Go read the thing. When you're sitting up there representing not only us, stupid, zero IQ morons that cry for whatever ridiculous reason we think we were, should, would, or could be involved in irrity in this horrifying 50th of 50 utterly born, corrupt, and only got worse in 250 years states and overpopulated. Wallless prisons. That's what we live in. Insane asylums with no gates and no restraint, aka straight jackets. Board members, you're not just representing us peasant peon Neanderthal sklavos of yours, your idiot employees, because you know they're an idiot. They work for me. You're supposed to be up there representing, what did the law say I just looked at? The public safety. You're representing our whole state. And when somebody gets up there and gives a good and earnest and honest comment during the public comment period, which you could limit under Robert's British rules of parliamentary procedure, put a big line through that and put business. When you have absolutely unlimited, as the throne sitters, board members, you can say whatever the hell you want to say for however long you want to say it. You can make everybody listen in to say a 7 hour and 7 minute rant. And we'd all have to. And yet when the section of the meeting that comes up where it is the public comment period, it doesn't matter if the guy you're super jealous of, because he's taller than you, richer than you, and better looking than you, and gosh darn it, not only does people like him, his clients like him, and yours hate you because you're scum. Just saying, theoretically, in the Empire on the Death Star. Or the Cantina, hive of scum and villainy. I think that's the place. Whatever. When it's the public's turn to speak, shut up, actively listen, get your damn note-taking material out and write some. Don't be sitting up there twiddling your thumbs, rubbing them on your giant pot belly, thinking about how you're going to shut them down and say how you know so much more, especially when the thing is Darth MacRae. You're going to say something as absolutely hypocritical and stupid as, well, all we really need to do is make a whole bunch of requirements for 1 million more hours of training. Wait, I brought the receipts today. Hang tight. All of you bored, I promised you I offered you every bit, and it don't matter. There's only 2 watching now. It's probably me and George. It's all right. Maybe somebody will get hold of somebody who knows somebody, or tell Gary Pastor, and he'll put it on his socials, and all of a sudden it'll get listened to. Like, damn, this dude let him have it on behalf of our Gary. Yes, sir. It's not on your behalf. It's on David Dodge's behalf. Even though I hate cops, especially ex-cops. We cut a hole out for each other. Without even getting dirt on each other. So, board, go take you an ethics class, obviously not from whoever you've been getting counseling, guidance, and ethics classes from. I fear that it's the gray man. And let somebody tell you, when you set yourself up above others, you be careful. This is America. Go back and see those things that dude wrote that I said you shouldn't probably write things like that. And I don't mean anybody, nobody, anybody, anywhere think that the answer to this is protest too much in their meeting. You'll just be interrupting my business that I take quite seriously and giving them an excuse to turn their backs on yet another poor Iryna, what's her name? Sorry, ma'am, and family. Ma'am and family. Damn, I forgot to read the text. Sorry, Elizabeth. Maybe we'll close on it and hope that I can learn something. When the public's talking, you are employees, and you don't like it, quit. Get the F off my board. If you're not going to sit up there, shut up, take notes. If you're going to say anything, ask a clarifying question. Hang on, we're getting there. And then come back to it ever. So there you guys go. I uploaded the meetings. I've requested since the 1990s with the ability to do so. I don't care. Record the thing on a VHS camera because I have all the digital equipment to convert even VHS into internet ready or DVD or some other damn thing. And you guys had it in 2008, obviously, because your DVD says rewind and discuss. Somebody said he's a douche. Oh, sorry I missed it. Chat is over on the other screen, and I've been reading my own notes in reading law. If you're still there, lovely, lovely lady, I don't know the words. I'm glad I got to meet somebody. We'll do the rest later. So then, closet at the Department of Public Safety with a seriously inflated balloon head ego problem. Don't you dare ever, especially you, William Bill MacRae. Or you know what I'll do, Bill? I'll just get up here and bitch about you more on my YouTube channel. Especially if it's Gary. The next time anybody gets up in that audience and says anything, keep your mouth shut. Write a note, thank them for their remarks, and stay shut up. You have infinity time to say whatever self-effacing class clown goofy boy crap you want to say as a board member. Then when your turn's over, it's their turn. And you are not above us, sir. I don't care what your wife mommy told you for all those years before she divorced you. All of you board members, shut up. The public that you're supposed to protect their safety. Listen to them. Go read your own stupid book. To actively listen. Write notes. Bring it up later. Get the girls in the office. Sorry, all you guys in the office. That's what they call you. Trying to sleep, but can't. On the sports channel. Thank you so much, a million. Anyway, back to ragging on the PPSB. Especially board members who won't shut up. And or even the ones that won't run their mouth. None of you do anything. You don't listen. You don't write it down. You don't come up with an answer. And the answer is to part of one of the questions you asked Gary Pastor and a bunch of blabberty stupid out of Bill MacRae's mouth. Private schools could get proprietary licenses if they wanted to. Put a pin in that one, which I'm not going to spend too long on today. They used to couldn't. That was part of getting rid of me and anybody else they could get rid of as rogue instructors, was they vanished proprietary licenses for almost 5 years. And then for whatever reason, Paul Sherwin got them back. Now it's even on the Permitium page applying for a license. But it created emails going out today that have got a lot of proprietary license holders wringing their hands, wondering, so what should we do? Just give up and go get under Bill MacRae's license, which is now Baby Bill Andy Renfro's? Give up like you, Dean? I gave up a long time ago. My work here is finished. Yeah, I guess. Well, maybe you guys could stop working against each other. Stop trying to have the one and only. Get yourself a real LLC and make yourself equal partners and make it equal and help each other out and split the money. But have actual backup for each other. I don't know how to explain it. We still have never got around to sitting down and having a business what-ifery. So it's all good. Don't worry about it. The private schools and all of you could go out there and consult with the private schools. But remember, you bunch of monkeys, and no one else teaches it. Now go download my PPSB slideshow from my website, imfscorp.com. Is several versions over almost 8 or 9 years are up there. You can see the changes as I made them. Ain't nobody else in this whole industry ever done that. We are private people. 74C offers us absolute no immunity for anything. Mr. Gray Man, you can shut up. The only thing that covers us in any way possible in private industry, not as a government flunky, is our private insurers. You don't need to go groveling to them 14 self-loving fools at the PPSB. And what can I do? What can I do? And you sure as hell don't need to go to them 5 million or however many there are up there having a big old Greek orgy all day, every day at the North Carolina General Assembly. They cannot make any law that does anything to or about your private insurers and their contracts or policies with you. I guarantee you, any school that's got some idiot running around there that ain't a sheriff's deputy school resource officer, didn't call their private insurance, and any parents out there on planet Earth, North Carolina, the General Assembly and our super governor, best governor ever, can't pass a law that violates federal law. Call the ATFE. Call the FBI. Get yourself a photograph of your private school janitor running around with his gat strapped on and his NRA t-shirt. And then call a real cop out of the federal. Call an ICE cop. We know what they'll do. And get that crap out of your school. But I doubt sincerely that a bunch of school administrators, don't get me started on that. Remember where I got my introduction to supreme extreme, including DOA, X's over your eyes violence, was in public schools in California. Hopefully, somebody has got to these public schools and said, no, just, oh, hell no. We're not hooking up teacher who can't even do that right and has questionable ethics in the teaching stuff. See COVID and the whole school Zoom fiasco and the lost generation. Them running around with guns is not a good idea either, and it's illegal. The school-free zones and something else, I forget what it is, they're federal laws. If you can't get your state people to enforce it, call the feds. They sure as hell ain't gonna call the PPSB or the NRA. And just keep a pin in it. Probably went on too long last stream, but we're going to come back to it. And don't you ever, anybody who can get ripped apart for you don't give classes anyway, say, you know what they need? Bigger, longer classes. We of who cares about. I don't care what you figured out about getting your PPSB added to the list. We're going to talk about that in a minute. PPSB, it's right down here on the screen. Get your house in order. You can't define you or who you're under. Emperors of all things ever, security and law enforcement, but maybe not. But yes, law enforcement. We are the law. All right, PPS Judge Dredd B. No matter who votes what, where, you cannot break the law. C-115A-153, gray man. Doesn't matter what some peasant writes into the stupid administrative code that no one reads anyway. I will again. Here you go, Gary Pastor. Open your door. Figure out who the hell owns that association that they inappropriately advertise at the exclusive of any other. Like some of those are 100 years old in America, but we're not going to advertise them in a board meeting. We're going to talk about our little club that once upon a time Bill MacRae claimed he owned it. Just saying. And so it doesn't matter. And what I mean by some peasant says are right, so you got some fools to get together and write that private employers, must get disclosures and ask their private employees about that stupid expungement stuff, and go listen to the last live stream. It's only a crime. It can only get you kicked out of business. Why do you think board members who are also license holders and own your competitive businesses would encourage you, nay, require you by an illegal administrative code to go get yourself kicked out of business in North Carolina? I wonder. Board members that own your competition companies wrote that code, dug that hole so you'll run in it, so that they think that they'll be able to go steal your clients. And they'll laugh and clap. And then I got to somewhere about January of 2026. Oh, that's not January 26. I better fix this. And then I'll just go copy paste in the January 15th of 2026 meeting. Gary Pastor spoke decently, I guess, about dogs. I call them Dorgs, and George was like, what? Earlier. It's what my grandfather calls dogs. That's mainly what I call male dogs. I like to call female dogs Dogalilly. Or Dogalilly's plural. Just me. Dogs and their people. Sorry, Sonja Blade. This was already in there long before today happened. Because Gary said it. If you still have any contact with Gary and or David Dodge, send them a link to this later. Well, anyway, Gary was talking about guard dogs and the particular licensing, and there's no real code in there that I know of. I don't remember all that he said. And I do believe other people had goofy answers or silly things to say, not so enlightened. Steve Johnson, or Steven Johnson, said, send us something and we'll take a look at it. And I said, sorry, Steve, I should have made a little tiny short video, like an immediate react video. Yay, Steve, well played. Catch him doing something right, Dr. Phil says. It's worth takes 1,000 attaboys to fix a you dumb F, or whatever he says in Dr. Phil cool style. Good job, Steve. Steve didn't give smarmy remarks. He said, send us something, we'll take a look at it. We'll talk about it. Gary, please, por favor, I beg of you, don't send them anything hidden in the darkness that they've been living in since the dawn of time. Publish something on your own webpage at that association that I'm never going to really look at it until I have an assurance from somebody that it ain't owned by a bunch of board members. It's not proper. Bill MacRae, CPA super extraordinary. You don't seem to understand in tax law, if you have a true 501c charity tax exempt company of any kind, you have a certain information publication requirement. You guys don't have it. I think that thing should be disbanded or audited by a real CPA, not the previous habit that your wife kept you in so that you'd stay out of her house. Hobby, not habit. publish something, Gary. Publish it online and send them and the rest of us the link to where it's published. And if they don't ever respond to you, start red lettering your web log about, I'm getting tired of them not answering me. And then start sending it to the secretary. Your board, sir, does not do their job. Currently, Mr. Smythe. Please, Mr. Smythe, be so good that I have to publish a at least as long set of Jeffrey Smythe fix this stuff. He cracked the whip on them first thing out the gate. However many are directly whatever appointed and under the G word of the secretary, fire them. Get rid of them. The board members, I mean, not the employees. You got to be careful with them. A lot of what they do is under pressure, and the fact that there has not been in decades a secretary who gave a damn, and them employees are sorely treated. Happens everywhere, even in government. Imagine that. Anyway, I went and looked it up. Good job, Gary, and good job, Steve Johnson. If somebody else said something, I'd choose to have amnesia about it. It was just the two of them, and it came out good. Steve said the right thing. What Gary was speaking about is guard dog service profession. It's at paragraph chapter 74C-3A, which defines these are the PPSB professions and also the not PPSB professions. Guard dog service profession, any person, firm, or association or corporation which for a fee or other valuable consideration contracts with another person, firm, association, or corporation to place, lease, rent, or sell a trained dog for the purpose of protecting lives or property. And because I don't do that stuff, but I do have a friend and a good acquaintance of mine and that same friend who was once upon a time interested in that a lot, but became highly and totally discouraged by none other than the PPSB. Which goes to all the point of all this ranting. Go listen to the previous one and somebody help me figure out how to say it short and sweet. You, PPSB members and employees who won't stand up to those bums or kick it up to the secretary and say, this is a hostile, stupid work environment. Please fix it, secretary. I know. You had no chance in that happening. But I'm putting false hopes. I'm telling lies and saying, you know what? This Jeffrey Smythe, he's a good looking man. He's got to be, I don't mean to be derogatory or harassing of you, sir. It's just a subjective thing, I think. He's the new hero of all DPSs. He's going to fix those corrupt cops at the highway patrol, which is a whole hella important, not more important than this horrifying disaster that is security and private investigations and everything else that is discouraging, dispiriting, quelling innovation, and whatever else you call it, that people who may have been passionate about a thing flamed out. Don't give a F anymore. Can't fight the government, especially when the government itself neither follows the law nor the rules, but expect you to, as long as you do it however they say it is that day that it isn't. But good job, Gary. Good job, R. Steve Johnson. Now, how far are we into this? 340. I got through my ode to Gary Pastor and his efforts for all of us. Especially, I'm sure he knows, every time I stand up there and say anything, I'm going to have to listen to a whole ration of trash out of one Mr. BM. Ha, ha, ha. BMR. Because we all know what a BM is, don't we? All right. Mark the log. At 3. It only took an hour 20. 41. 30. Break. Then, after another short break, so I can go fill this coffee cup, which I shouldn't do, but I'm gonna, and unload. I didn't drink quite a quart this hour and 40, but I drank enough of it. Break then. Next, check list items. Follow the rules. Follow the written plan. Somebody get this out to Gary Pastor and David Dodge and NCPG. And Big Bad Billy, who will never be Sweet William now. And it is. Let me put it so it's on the screen. 10:15 p.m. Eastern. I shall BRB. Hold the line, please. All right, not quite a 5-minute union bell break. It will be by the time I get wrapped up in some more blanket. I had an idea, then it went away. Oh, I remember. A special note. That I was thinking about. Include an intro or don't include an intro. Because I wasn't 100% sure and didn't write it in the notes. I didn't hit it. Here we go. 3. I can't read it. It's too small and my eyes are too blurry. 346 something. 347. Here we go. Back at it. Guess who is more mad that I woke up today than you? Whoever you is. Answer? Me. I woke up with a curse of memory and exactly who I am, where I am, and everything else. And I went and looked at the website, and by golly, you guys hadn't repented and struck the security industry and everybody who suffers under your tyranny of stupidity with the good lightning of best government closet ever. Because had I woke up this morning wondering, like once upon a time when I came out of into the unknown, I have a friend named Daniel, and when you show me Daniel, I say that's not him. If someone had, if only. So whatever, don't worry. And all of your wee-wees are bigger than mine, I promise you. You're the good guys, you're the winners, you're the heroes. This is madness. Poor slave girl. It only hurt for a minute. The other Sklavo girl, about a minute 40. How long could that last, I wonder? Go back and listen to my intro. All of the histories of all of the worlds in the whole time-space continuum. That's how long a couple of seconds can last. The rest of you be glad for your American blessings. Lucky you. Where was I headed? Oh, yeah. Back to the checklist. Here we go. 3. 3 something. 350. Oh. Dear PPSB. Again. Back to the checklist. Go, scroll. Yeah, that's a lot of checklists. I very poorly thought. If I hurry up and talk like a California, but with that Texifornia twang of mine, talk really fast and leave out all the likes in your nose and oh my gods, I could get this done by midnight. I surely and sorely overestimate myself. All right, PPSB. Let us please get your house in order. You, Private Protective Services Board, are not law enforcement and have been out from the DOJ for 11 years. First and foremost, your bylaws, which you farted out your mouth about whether or not you could have tardy slips and medical doctor notes to vote each other off that island of the board because of your bylaws some time ago. In the September 2025 meeting, either at or more than 30 minutes, you talked about being late and voting each other off the island in excused and unexcused absences. When your bylaws start with the board as a state agency, and no, it is not. Here we go. So we shall copy, and we shall fire Fawkes, and we shall paste and go. And remember this, I tell you all the time. I tell the whole world all the time. And I stole it. It's up there on my webpage about the broken ass CCH in this state back in 2023, and it has not got fixed yet. I don't know why. The name Jeffrey Smythe comes to my mind about that too. I must be surely confused. Nothing that starts this bad can end up good. That's a thing I say. And then if you go back to that same Bible book that some people read, some people don't, some people get angry at it, whatever. It's just a collection of verbiage with morals to some of the stories in the utmost secular way. It also talks about foundations. So all of this ties together exactly the same way. If it starts this bad, is the name of the entity established by the General Assembly and may be herein referred to as the board. Okay. It is an entity. It is that. The broom in that shared broom closet is more useful. The board is a state agency. With or without commas. So it is a state agency? No. Licensing board? Yes. Sort of. Regulating the private security industry to increase the level of, this is again, copy paste. And yet they edit. Integrity, competency, and performance of the private protective services professions. At 74C. Level of integrity, competency, and performance of the private protective services professions. Here we go. Why could you not copy paste the whole thing? I wonder. Don't know. Starts that bad, and then we're going to talk about the board shall use the parliamentary procedures, pip pip and cheerio, and Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 11th edition, whatever, circa 1615. Pip pip and cheerio to that. And then here comes all this other stuff. 14 members stating this and that, and it basically this is just a big long restatement of whatever and a whole bunch of silliness. But let's ignore this one. Ethics. The board does not qualify, and then we could study deeply. I mentioned it last one and probably put a link in there that am I going to take your silly board doo-doo, or am I going to go listen to the North Carolina UNC School of Law and Governance, when they talk about be very cautious and careful, some of this does not apply to you, especially not a could be perceived to be volunteer board or commission of which you are also a regulated in said industry. Okay. But you guys go have your little class that tells you how everything you do is perfect. I'm not really interested in your bylaws. It's, when you have improved it, I guess, some, Paul Sherwin. We're still hovering about -8. Remember, when you got on board, Paul Sherwin, it was -10, only because it can't go lower than that. -8. You're getting there. You're still months and months behind on minutes and hot sheets and all that jazz at the website, and you still got that link to the video up. When are we going to start to get agenda, and whatever the plural of agenda is, before the meetings? So that we know what's available at the next exciting episode. Just saying. And then elections and all this other silliness, and everybody's going to do all this, and we're going to stand around in a circle, but not call it a circle jerk, and tell each other what a great job we all do, except for the black girl. She has to go sit in the back of the bus and recuse herself. Because we're playing board. So we're going to leave that alone for now. Because that's absurdity. The board's bylaws. We're done with that. The board is a state agency. Licensing board. No, it's not. Yes, it is. You can outhouse lawyer that all day. Good job, gray man. And then we go to this fantastic document that they sometimes describe. Tell me, who are you? Are you? They sometimes describe as an internal document used for the registration people. Only. And then often and other times, including on their pagers and their hot sheets, they say it's for the license holders and maybe everybody else too. Okay. And this is another one of those. How much do you really care? Because if you did, you wouldn't publish this garbage, and it's all right. And I have many, because we need many copies all downloaded into my computer. So even if you took it off the web page today, here it is at the web page. Industry registration procedures. Prepared by whatever the operations division is of the North Carolina Department of Public Safety. Okay. ASL? ASL? Hello? ASL? Your mail to link is broken. It says down there in the corner. You probably can't read it. And I can't zoom it. Those little mail to links. It says mail to SASL. ASL? You guys dig back into the IRC days to remind yourselves. And then it says this was revised October of 2024. That's not too long ago. It's a year and a few months. Highway Protective Services, a section. So now we're a section, not an agency and not a licensing board agency and not a licensing board in a closet of an agency. Hold on. Wait, what? And then we wonder, Mr. Jeffrey Smythe, you did respond. Well, you were still over the boss of Training and Standards Division of the North Carolina Department of Justice. You responded and said you would look into it when I sent you the thing about La Sorsa advertising CPP and other PPS classes as DOJ classes. But then, I didn't know then. Maybe you didn't know. Maybe they sprung it on you. Like, you have been selected. Because the board don't care when they're training people write this, and obviously they don't care because the board themselves write it. PPS, a section within the Training and Standards Division, comma, no comma necessary, unless we're Oxfordian, of the North Carolina Department of Justice, comma, consists of two licensing board, PPSB and the ASLB, which was accurate in 2024. That I understand they changed the name. Security Systems Board. They've changed the name of ASLs because mainly they were tired of me clapping about it. Not really. I don't think any of them know. Except for maybe barely legal Bill MacRae. He might know. Whose purposes are to administer the licensing, education, and training requirements for 14 licensed occupations. Perhaps. Maybe more, maybe less. I don't know what was happening in 2024. I'm not going back and counting it. It's not that important. What's important is, no, we've kind of been out of that since a million years ago, and it was never under training and standards. It was not a section of training and standards. The board was under the DOJ. Directly, as it is now, directly under DPS. It was a broom closet then, it's a broom closet now. The section. So we're a section. We've said it twice. Operates under the statute authority of 74C and D. I don't know. In October of 2024, were there one PPS or two? Was there only PPS over 74C and D? I don't think so. Even if they reuse the staff in the offices, there's still no. It's all wrong. So if you start that way, if it starts this bad, how can it end any better? It cannot. It can only get worse by adding whatever you've got now, 42,000 employees and board members digging around and stirring up people trying to earn a living. When you can't define you, how are we supposed to define us? Okay. And then all these chop downs and cutouts and their sillinesses. Which, if you really want to stop getting called out on your BS, just put a link. All the ones at 74C 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, no. 2 was repealed in 1983. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 11. So there's 11. And I'm not sure what a special limited garden patrol as it might be as many as 11. Can you count on your fingers? No, because they're probably including the ASLB, which is not this PPSB. Wait, let's look. This says PPSB. It doesn't say and ASLB soon to be. whatever, secure socket layers. I forget what they calling it now. Security systems, something. I don't know. When I went and filled out the online form for my PPS, continuing education, application hours credit for watching the last board meeting, it showed me a done screen with the new name for ASLs. And then we have trainers. But it says certifications for unarmed trainers. What about armed trainers? Hello, you forgot something. And you did get it right here. But wait, there's more. Why do all you ex-cops who have instructors keep calling it instructors? Oh, right. Because you don't care where you are. You care where you came from. You do not set the good example. Lead by example or get out of government where leadership is required. And then we're going to talk about this Alarm Systems Licensing Act. Why would us PPSB people care about that at all? Maybe you need 2 little pamphlets, improperly written and incorrect and utter nonsensical in all their way. And here we go to administratively be dumbies. Remember this. You are not law enforcement. Board. And here we go. The administration unit, which I'm not sure what that means. I can't find it in the directory. Safeguard the public safety and actively police what? You're police now. You are not. You're holding yourself out as. And I know Mr. Lawyer Man, the gray man, would be like, you apparently don't know what that means. I know what it means in the military. So that's what you're doing? Or you got your big bloated head out in front of things? Not even the appearance of beyond reproach and actively administrate? Clerk? Because you're a bunch of clerks? Help the legislature / General Assembly clean up that silly mess that is 74C? Stop voting on everything? When somebody applies for a driver's license, they don't call together the boards and commissions to vote if they should approve the license or not and read each one into a record or an endorsement to a license. You guys get your heads out of your butts and get together with somebody. Gary Pastor, you got some money. You said you're going to pay lobbyists and try to write bills. Would you give me a nickel, $7.25 an hour, and I'll help you make sense of this and use your lawyers and lobbyists to get this stuff fixed once and for all? This unit handles all personnel matters, budgetary matters, training matters, and certification of trainers. Instructors. Good sneak in right there. We'll sneak it into the damn law and the code and start that old 25-year-old fight again so we can duke it out over who's going to get the word instructor. Police through their chief of police association or police chiefs association, or you nothing trainers in security. You guys supposedly have the archives of the state. Go dig it up. Hey, Police Chiefs Association, PPSB stealing your instructor title again. CJS. And all these units. We know what unit it is. It's a car. I don't know what all this other stuff is. This whole thing is a joke. And all of it. The law needs some tweaking. The code needs a lot of revision. The training, is this for us out here, peasants and peons in the world? Or is this for you? Is this internal or non-internal? Oh, let's pause here a second and read this again, Paul Sherwin. For cause denials are those issued as a result of criminal convictions, other convictions, which was conducted by our office. Paul. Okay. You can do what you want to, and I can call you out for it. You are the law, Paul Dredd. And I mean nice saying that. I have a lot of other cute nicknames for you. All these other things. About all this stuff you gotta have. Yes, you gotta have fingerprint cards. It doesn't say anything about this in the code, so I don't know. Because it says it in this ever-changing document that's wrong. So, like, what are we supposed to do? Send our appeal to the CJS at DOJ? Oh. Oh, gosh, I don't think I put the CRC thing in my list. It's all right. It's going to go to pot. That's another thing goes back to Gary. Gary, because you're a private investigator, primary, first and foremost, so you have always had access and paid access to the office of. We got a backflip. I'm sorry. Something else Gary said. I reverted. Because I remembered. Remember. If it gets too bad. Where are we? 14:00. I remembered. Dear Gary Pastor. Interlude. And I mean, it's because another really smart thing from his experience and training. Ha ha ha. See all them silly laws and ice babies. Law enforcement involved, shoutering and all that jazz. And other uses of force and searches and seizures. Gary said in the meeting, shouldn't we this, shouldn't we that, and there's lag time and whatever, and if they work a deal, CRC licensing may not produce it, and go listen to the last 7 hours and 7 minutes about how CRC licensing is hemming us all up for extra fees without any explanation and just madness. I don't remember if it's the clerk of court. And I think I have to put the NC in there. Thank you, Google. You know what I was thinking just then? I haven't recaptured in like 7 minutes. Let's go. Crosswalks. It's a video game. Bingo. Did I get bingo? Bingo. Nope. Motorcycles. There's a piece of a wheel there. Do we include the people or don't include the people? Bingo. Got it. Got bingo. Anyway, Gary said he goes and tries to searches the Office of Administrative Courts, I believe it is. There's much confusion in this poor state over what is the Office of Administrative Courts and what is the Office of Administrative Hearings, and none of that matters anymore. As of December 1, 2025, and they didn't get it rolled out timely. Any county must provide you a link to all of the state's e-courts background check services for free. Dear PPSB, CRC licensing is obsolete unless us as private employers feel that we need some of their out-of-state services, but only if we request it. We don't need them folding it in. C, 74C includes if the employee lies to us on their application and says, oh no, I don't have any problems, and I've never been in another state, and it turns out that they do. Well, it's an at-will state to begin with, and then they falsified in their application to us, which would be a falsification in their application for anything to you, and you and us combined as employers could probably get rid of them permanently by, number one, falsifying, see previous. Anyway, because Gary's a private investigator and has been forevermore, he pays them ridiculous fees to search at. You have to have a special account, and every time you submit a background check, you got to pay a bunch of loots. And it's still only in, so that's why he said at the hearing, at the Office of Administrative Courts. I don't want to file and serve. I want to access the portal. I'm trying to remember how we get here. Search for court records and case information. Or a name and last first. Because I'm me, and my name is on my YouTube, I'll do me. Oh, look, we get to reCAPTCHA even at the county. Yay, let's play it again. Somebody in government somewhere ban reCAPTCHA. Make them work out something else. If this wasn't my screen, I would lift my leg and piss on these fire hydrants. This is why we can't get anything done in America. On top of the incompetence and prideful wrongness in our government, then our corporations, then our private whatever, go back, see the last stream and this stream. We so hate each other, honestly and truly, that mayonnaise gets a 16-year-old girl shouts it in the face through a glass door. And the shouter, I guess, going to spend almost 8 days or something behind bars because, we're soft on crime. I did it. I'm not a robot. Don't click the clear button. Then you become a robot again. So there's me. There's my everything. Came up for free. You can download it. I am not Renard Wiley. I'm that spelled with a T. And I wear it proudly. But in case I was out trying to wander around, my private employer could damn well look right now. So what we need is the ability to catch you guys up at the PPSB through the TylerTech.cloud. And now if I choose, oh no, I showed something. Any of you can go search it. Here it is. I just showed you how to do it. You saw my name on YouTube. Hey man, this was my best friend. We got married on paper so that I could get insured. Because back then in 1989, the government did not have to pay life insurance to a roommate or a girlfriend. So I went with my Uncle Beanard and we rode out to Las Vegas, Nevada. Tried to get married at an Elvis place, but they were lined up around the block, so we just got married at a place. So that if I got deaded, unalived, because what I thought was a horse training job turned out to be, you got to be a deputy first. So there I went, LA Sheriff's Department. And in order to qualify that if I got unalived as a sheriff deputy, she would get paid. We had to get married. She's a great kid. There's a long, super story that I sure as hell ain't telling here. And then some of this stuff is kind of funny because that's how computer people do. Look at Permidium. What a joke that is. It says disposed, final judgment, no trial. This is me giving my power of attorney to my lovely Priscilla. Take her name off the screen. This is another story. Maybe we'll do it someday. Maybe we won't. These are all civil matters. This is me trying to get somebody evicted who was ripping me off horribly. And then I searched him later in all the variations of this name. He ripped off everybody. But when my overpriced attorney, who then grew up to become the overpriced bad attorney that used to be on that, whatever they call it, advisor attorneys to our General Assembly to help screw up all of our laws further. He really did. Back then, he used to be an okay guy. And here's me accepting my thing way the hell back a million years ago. Don't go to court. Does your name say comma ESQ or comma judge honorable? Then stay out of court. Pay a lawyer, have him go to court. My lawyer went to court representing me, trying to evict and get rid of a probably hadn't paid in 8 months commercial. It's commercial downtown property. It was a candy store. And so that I could recover my place and get it rented out and try to make some money and get his rotting crap out of my place because it was attracting pests and pestilences and rodents of an amazing giant size. And because the judge had had a bad day, hello, Law Talk with Mike, in your introduction of me to that crazy anti-landlord guy, Simpson. He ain't got nothing on that city of done jackass a million years ago who honestly, truly said, I'm tired of all you slumlords. And threw my whole case out and everything else. It was so pissed me off. Because our former mayor was the property mogul, the father of my current mayor, that everybody complained at all the meetings and everything else and all whatevers. And the judge got so abused by landlords, period, especially because the former mayor and his son being the main property owners of rental slums, the judge just had it. And bias sets in, and I don't care. Landlords lose. But there they are, my only two. And their traffic things. I don't think this thing lets you open in a new tab. It just reopens the search result page, which is fine. So see, we can go right now. If I had to get somebody, me, out on a site today, I should be able to download this, upload it in a file somewhere in a Permidium, along with training certificates or dual or something on the now, and be able to legally, officially, lawfully send my people out to work at a site. I could go into a long tangent about a whole bunch of people working on maybe other company cards and don't tell anybody and all this other stuff. And they gave some prize or award or special recommendation in one of these last 3 meetings that I uploaded to some board investigator. Got his something or other pat on the head or the butt. But it's a baseball style pat from the umpire and the coach. Yeah, that's all it was. Hey, I wasn't touching your butt. From former secretary about what a good job they did policing our industry up there in the hurricane. Yeah, making sure that everybody that wasn't a board member got in trouble, but all the board members working an awful lot of guards with no registration. That was fine. They're board members. It's an emergency. You guys did it. You know who you are. But anyhow, it tells you the date, the whatever. We now with this, see, it got rid of improper equipment. I have a friend that's an auto mechanic and owns a machine. What was wrong in 2017, and I earned this, I deserved it, whatever, we're not going to go down this tangent too far. Oh gosh, I showed my middle name. All right, all you nerds of the new millennium who love those Peter Jackson movies that I freaking hate. There it is. There's my middle name. It's all right. It's all over everything PPSB anyway. Paul Sherwin, fix my company name at the board. You want the director job? The director gets all the responsibility. Whether it's you, the employees, or Permitium that's incompetent, you are the director. Smythe, he needs a demotion, a demerit, a pay cut, and if he don't like it, he can leave. Or give him some retraining. Anyway, yes, that is my real middle name. I must thank my mother because the dude, I won't say the derogatory things that I always say, wanted that to be my first name. Thanks, Mom. And even though everybody says different now, and I have seen a video of JRR letter T, however you pronounce that, don't want to start a religious war over saying that wrong. I have seen a video in my adult age, but in my childhood age, I had my adults, my mother and my aunt, and they're never wrong. So all the rest of you are wrong, including dude who wrote the thing and invented the language. So there. And this is how my mother and my sainted rip Aunt Evala said it. Every time so much that this is how I always say it. It's like Lugulus, but with a D. I mean, it's like Douglas, but with a L. Sorry, I'm tired. It's 11:03 p.m. All this other arguing over how do you pronunciate or whatever, you're all wrong. My passed some time ago Aunt Eva, who is sainted, and my sainted mother say it's like Douglas, but with an L. They're right. All the rest of you are wrong. Stop saying it wrong. And for you, gray man, it's legal ass. That's what you get to call me. And stay out of your lane and all that other good stuff. David Hartley was my friend. He was a good attorney and a good investigator. Dragged. And see, I feel bad. I talk trash or whatever. He got so dragged and tore down by the court and lawyerly system, that he quit being a lawyer. He never gave up his bar and his everything else, and he paid all his dues and did his CEs, but he just worked as a private investigator. And when one of his peoples did something dumb, like earn a speeding ticket, took care of it for us. And I wish he was here, because David Hartley was have the name and number and emergency contact numbers of a lawyer, especially if you're going to play stupid tricks in the stupid G-word industries in America. And G-words connected to uniforms that wrongfully think that they're untouchable and they're not going to get sued and they're not going to get slammed in the slammer. Anyway, so you can look up stuff. Why one has my Lugaless, like Douglas with L. All the rest of you are wrong. Stop saying it wrong. You offend me. You know what happens when you offend people? You get canceled. I'll appeal to the internets. And then another one in 04. And that's all there is. That's it. The rest of it is civil garbage. Disposed. I don't think he wrote. And you can't get the details here, but you don't get the details from CRC licensing either. And the other guy who was telling me about, hey, remember you told me they updated the e-courts? Well, they've updated it again. Now you can do all your background checks right now. He said somehow you can go from here to somewhere else and get the whatever. See, I applied for summary ejectment. That's what they call eviction here in Harnett County. And I got denied. Judge magistrate or magisteriate said, I'm so sick and tired of you slumlord landlords. And he gave the guy like another 90 days. And ordered in judgment that he never had to pay me. But judges aren't biased. They're fair, objective arbiters of the law. Like everybody else. They all have bad days, I guess, and the rest of you go effing suffer. If you don't like it, you should have been born them. That's how we roll in America. Anyway, this document is improper. We do not have anything to do with the Department of Justice. Okay, thanks. So if you won't update the top sentence, how can we be sure you're in here fixing 40 years of mistakes? Or that whole outline or heading line of the last set of updates that I submitted public comments, and the lawyer man misstated what I stated in response and had little smug and sarcastic remarks. And you're so quippy. Yeah, they don't care. That was 2024. This is now, but we're not going to update our stuff. You figure it out. Then why have stuff? Delete it. Just tell people, put it around the webpage. Oh, you want to be a license holder? Go read 74C in the code and figure it out your damn self. Like everybody else. We're not here to help you. We're the government. We're here to hurt you. Are you related to a board member license holder? Piss off. And it's got all this stuff. Allegedly what stuff is. And some of this is not the board and their people's fault. Some of this is, in the legislature, the whole gaggle of those goofs gets together and rewrites 74C or amends it, or I don't know if they can actually technically correct the law or the way anybody and their brother, except me, can technically correct and however the code. Mm. But I spent far too long here and gone to too many tangents. So what I really do need, am I back on track? Interlude. Yes, I'm back on track. The Gary Pastor interlude is that equals E courts in NC now has instant statewide background check information equals we PPS and ASL / security systems SS. Is it the shoe stuffer? I don't know. I don't remember the name. I better put a question mark on it. It is renamed. NC Security Systems. Yeah. SSL. Secure Socket Layers Board. I don't remember what all the nonsense is. That's the 74D people. Which are the same people. Look at the address. But not. They have some other names shuffled at the desks. I think we're going to be done with registration procedures. I'm going to close it. So yes, it is SSL. Take out the question mark. And I will just lovingly call it DSS. And I do give you full permission, sir, as if you needed it. You don't need it. You don't need my permission. The gray man. You may call me freely. Legal ass. Tell me stay in my lane. Okay, I will. I already do. I don't go in your courts. But when we're just saying things in public about whether or not somebody can effing read, okay, bruh. Equals wrapped right back around to, what was I on? Dear PPSB. Oh, gosh. There it is. PPS registration procedure 0:open. And immediate when I wrote my note. So we'll talk about that. Next on the checklist. Email came out today. I got a call about 2 minutes after emails went out to go look at my email to see a forward of somebody else's who has a proprietary license. That's what got vanished in 2019 at the advent of this total switch over to Permitium. Go listen to the last one. I'll go quick. Part of them ditching proprietary licenses, very few people had them. They called them, there was about 40 of us, and that Gary Ray Bullard called the rogue instructors and has never credited anybody else with it, so he gets to keep it until he ascribes to who done it, who said that. But all the rest of us got given 3 hours to get under a couple of different license holders, get our training certifications moved over because they were vanishing our licenses. Been all through that. Because Bill MacRae and his general manager that I should have pulled up on that statewide search. I can't say all the things that involve from when she was 6 or 7 till 11, and then again when he got out. S.A. A lot. That was Bill's #1 guy that Bill got a hold of, because allegedly, according to Bill's lore, he got revoked for taking a gun in a school, and Bill just felt bad for him. Yeah. Okay. That is not beyond reproach and without question. Including you either go work in the next 3 hours and turn your training certificates over to MacRae and Co., the lowly heirs, or we'll disappear your certificates like we vanished your license. Oh, and psst, psst. Will you send us back the paper? No, I still have it. Anyway, in 2023, Paul Sherman, yay, from -10 to -9. In August of 2023, after much hell raising, Paul Sherman sent me a secret link. I got a proprietary license back, got control of my own stuff again. But because Paul Sherman made it happen, be careful, Paul Sherman, you might get evicted for that. I was kind of all, when I took the call and listened to the stuff from at least 3 other proprietary license holders. Wait a minute, they gave me 4.5 months, 5 months max to, I gotta earn all those CEs and now come up with money, but they gave it to me free, and me trying to say, what part of when I told you about this thing that those used to cost money, and it may be a little bit of a learning curve as they get them spun back up. Did you not understand? Because people hear what they want to hear. We see what we want to see. We believe what we want to believe. It's from an ancient old comic book and vinyl record that I don't remember who wrote it, called The Point. And the moral of the story is there is no point. And if you can find it, Elizabeth, if you're still awake and listening, or I'll send you a text later and see if I can find a link to it. Occasionally somebody uploads it. You can get a listen before YouTube blocks it again for copyright. It's a story of a child and their dog. And those are good. Anyway, proprietary expiration every 2 years and renewal has come back. I wrote wrong. No, it's actually not wrong. Because they didn't charge us for our new licenses. And mine, I didn't say mine was wrong. I got mine in August of 2023. It is now January of 2026. They gave me till June 30th of 2026 before I allegedly have to renew it for a lot less than I used to, from like, I don't know, 2011 until they vanished it in 2019. It was full price for proprietaries. I paid $500 plus 50 to the whatever education fund and all that other jazz. And I've never made any bones about it. The board is trying to catch up. So you either got to come up with some CE hours and $150 for your renewal at whatever date. 2 guys that got theirs in the same month last year got different new expiration dates. I don't know that I would try to fight it. That's another one. And when I discussed with Bill H earlier, I said, as I have said to another guy and some other people, including if she's in town at the time, we'll see if we can get lovely Miss Elizabeth, the Sonja Blade, involved in all that. It's just the business of it. And do we have each other's backs or not? Can we do this all under, now that it's costing money again? Should everybody work under one proprietary and become designees? Or do we need more than one in case somebody messes up a little? And none of that matters any because they win. I'm going to wind all this down and go stand next to some other fire, stupidly too close to get, I'll end up burnt. But it's all right. It's a different fire. The streets don't change, but maybe the names. I ain't got time for your games, said the poet W. X. L. Bailey, otherwise known as G and F and R. With a little patience.
I'm glad you said R, not H.
What's a G and F and H?
That's my initials.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I startled you. No, I would never say that. Guns and effin' Roses. It's their song, Patience. So, proprietary expiration has returned. Anybody who applies from this day forward, like you crazy private schools, hey, private schools, call all of your lawyers and all of your insurers, pay them to have a meeting and say, what if? Like what happened in 2014 or 15 when the state legislator of the great, how could one be possibly more knowledgeable than the other? All of these governments are so effing smart. The great state of Idaho passed those kind of laws for their public schools, that the teachers could all carry a gun to school. I mean, don't read the law into the freaking YouTube. A G word, a pew pew. And of course, some dumbass teacher negligently discharged, and thankfully, even though it went through 2 classrooms, didn't hit any chillin'. That's a government agency. In North Carolina, it is very clear in our laws that is still not a qualified law enforcement officer working under the duty to train and supervise by supposedly more experienced, more trained, sworn law enforcement officers. In North Carolina, there is a world of difference between government hard bracket employee immunity and qualified limited immunity for sworn law enforcement officers working for a government law enforcement agency or office. All the rest of us are just private idiots. And you'd better talk to your lawyers and your insurers and your insurers' lawyers about what's going to happen to my little half paid for junky house if I discharge a firearm in a school and then get arrested by the ATF or the FBI, more likely ATF. That's a story for another day, probably not online, because it hurts my feelings. And I know it's fee. It's the AT fee. F-E, 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 fee. So, insurance. How are you going to pay my lawyer bill with my silly little, it says not at work? This is for personal use. I don't want to. And all of them say this is not insurance. So we're going to be very careful not to name anybody because I don't want to disparage or promote any of those. You guys out there in G-Tard town know what I'm talking about. So whatever. Allegedly, it's going to help you pay for defense and pay for lawyers or provide lawyers and attorneys. Unless you get charged with a crime during the discharge of that pew-pew. Now they don't pay for nothing. Go read your stuff carefully and submit it all to an attorney for a professional attorney advice. And then go get a second opinion. Pay another one. And then another one. And another one. And pay as many as it takes to get a democratic vote of attorney opinions before you ever find yourself facing a judge who may damn well say, I hate G words. That's why Obama appointed me. You're fired. Go to jail. Civilly liable. $150 million. We play an awful game of stupid roulette in America. So anyway, proprietary's back. Go talk to your lawyers. I want back and forth, back and to the left, back and to the left. Which gets us back to, in a circle, invalid or falsified paperwork, such as Mr. MacRae. I discussed it some last time. Twice now. Once in a committee meeting of some sort, and once out loud and proud barking your BS at Gary Pastor. You talked about all this extensive and 40 hours of training this and 80 hours of training that. And you got some friends that got a business and they do SRO type training and involving children's and all this other. And you told your little joke that I clipped and made a little short video about just you lusting to perform corporal punishment on a child, allegedly yours. Everybody go look in let's go look in the list. Oh no, I can't. I don't have that up on the screen right now, logged in. But Bill, and I love to do this, sir, and Karen Battle, I'm asking you again, where in, if any, lies the investigation that you sent me all the stuff that obviously your eyes can't see? Being an employee of the board makes you blind to board ethics, law, and code violations, and not independent. Perhaps you shall recuse yourself. Where's it at? That I sent in a request. Got Bill MacRae's pre and post delivery reports. So let's do the MacRae file. Open with F Firefox. Fee. That's what Sweet Anita used to say when she was a scarried, playing her scary horror video games. I certainly don't say it as eighth wonder of the world as she does. But it stuck. Imitation is the most sincerest form of flattery, or drain damage. I did carefully try to blotch over with the widest thing possible in Microsoft's Edge any distinctly whatever, and whether or not that email even works anymore because he wrapped it all up and closed it all up and sold it in a double underhanded kind of way to Andy Renfro, maybe on paper, maybe not, I don't know, but still holds himself out as the president and such of some low layer something or other. Whatever. If this is the correct year. There's questions about the years on many of these papers, and this is 32 pages long. Pre and post delivery reports, which are supposed to be assembled and collated together. And instead of year, month, day, year, give them a number like submitting evidence to a court or a file number. It's just whatever the hell. Stick them all together. No one's ever going to ask for it. And besides, it's Bill MacRae's. We ain't going to do nothing about it anyway. In January of 2025, he had done copy paste from somebody else's and left 1 hour travel time to get from Apex to Chapel Hill Road, Raleigh. So pre-delivery looks okay. Good job. Yay. And that's as far as we get as far as things that look okay. So here's a post-delivery report. Do the dates match? 14, 15, 16, all say 25. And magically, all the dates match 09 to 13. Pre-delivery said that would happen on 14 to 18. That's okay. Magically, at post-delivery time, and apparently Karen Battles and Bill MacRae's and nobody else's eyeballs acknowledge this or realize this, that not only is he a board member, he's a Star Trek teleporting someone a gun, because he did classroom first instead of what he had submitted in his report that he was doing range first, which there's no rules about it. If he had sent to her a little note that said, hey, schedule changed, the range called me and said, whatever, you got to do range after lunch, you can modify it, except that they don't apply this equally. If I ever have to make a change, they kick me in the nuts until I can't breathe or breed. Not acceptable. All of your papers are unacceptable. And never mind the fact that if I don't submit my stuff with exact minutes on it and add it up with hours and minutes and hours and minutes, but if you're a board member, or at the time, he is not, he had been very meanly, illegally, unlawfully, and unceremoniously kicked the F off the board. But now he's back. And now that we handed him back a trainer thing after, instead of doing what was right, we did a bunch of hoopla and told him, oh, you got to take a Chad school again. It's okay for people who work with, for, or used to share a broom closet, literally the tiniest little office ever, board member Andy Renfro and Mr. MacRae. Well, you guys can submit whatever crap you want to, but ding to the minute, and we're going to count the minutes. Okay, so you did it out of order. That's all right. And then you freaking teleported. You see, it's this fast. We're one page in. And here we go. Remember I said earlier? Number one, falsifying documents. There it is. Falsified. On this, the signature requires that you will consist of, and pursuant to the provisions of 74C, and I don't know what an NACA is, but that's okay. They don't have to know. They're the board. They can say whatever they want. And he signs and attests that this somehow makes sense, including that it took them exactly 0 minutes and 0 seconds to get from out of order this place. So let's copy that bad boy and type it up here. Paste. Raleigh, NC, to this place. But I have to listen to and read. And I didn't download it, Paul Sherwin. You're safe. Your mental gymnastics. That whole, there wasn't anybody with a laser lighted at night, ranged whatevers. And do you kiss your wife with that mouth? Your children. Apex, NC. It says 14 to 16, average, roughly 18 to 25, depending on traffic. I've never driven it in less than 35, maybe 40, and that's using the toll road. But it takes Bill MacRae and all of his participants / students, including board member Andy Renfro, exactly 0 minutes and 0 seconds to travel those miles. And never did they finish at 1801. Never. Did they run a little long here? Run a little long there. Maybe something else happened. So is this the pre? That's the pre. There's the post. If ever I tried to change the times or circle them around, just infinity amounts of horse crap. But how you can't do that. That gives us, what if we already had an auditor scheduled to be there at that time? You're messing things up. Blah blah blah. Ray and Karen many times. Many times would let me do an emergency class for recertification only when some knucklehead, of course. And I rag on you bosses pretty hard, but you held yourself out as the bosses. You agreed to be cat wranglers and rope pushers. And even though I rag on you guys hard, I wore that hat for a while. And guess what? Your employees will lie to you, steal from you, cheat you, and screw over your clients underneath you no matter how hard you try. Right, George?
Most definitely.
For
They
a
lie
small...
on each other. Why wouldn't they lie on you?
Yeah, and then they sit there and look cross-eyed and crooked and stupid when Dean and George show up in Durham, wondering and asking them and sending them texts on their personal cell phones and our company phone that isn't at the site in the company car where it's supposed to be because they're down the road getting them some chicken nugglies for over 2 hours. Mm-hmm. Been there, done that, right, George?
Yep.
So we can feel further management and supervision. We understand. No matter how good you are to your people, 500 other bosses have been bad to those people or haven't. They read a book or a legend or heard a rumor or watched some damn YouTuber listen to the bad apple in their bunch bitching about how your boss is an a-hole. So, get yours. He's going to F you over someday. And it's plausible and believable and reasonable because all you bosses are. See, the magistrate, he took out on me hundreds of slums. I didn't have no slumlord. It was commercial property. Bastardo. But that's because that's what we do as people and as employees. We don't go kick the nits of our bad boss. We eventually get fired or drift away or pursue our other passions somewhere else. We pursue our happiness. And then we take it out and get back ours on the next boss who never did nothing to us. It doesn't make any of us special. It just makes us all humans, average, ordinarily firm, and jealous of Bill MacRae because he's got a space-time continuum machine. Damn, go through that teleporter with a fly. I want to make a movie about the Bildel-fly instead of the Brundle-fly. But that's okay. And then I want to know, because this is what wrecks people. Remember, I talked about discouraging, dispiriting. There's letters of laws, and then there's spirits of laws. And also, in fact, what are the dates here? January 16th. Is that within 20 days? I don't know. Sounds like it's close. These post deliveries are supposed to be in within 20 days. Unless you're a hooked up, connected ex-former gonna be future board member. I don't know who these people are. I have not logged into my Primidium to go to the yay. -8. Bad. -8. I'm not going as high as -7, Paul Sherwin. Don't care what you and Primidium do. All the rest of them make you look awful. You took the job. And it's not against you personal. It's the whole collective. -8 bad. But what brings it and holds it from dropping back to 9 or 10 bad, negative, is that we can search for guards in Primidium now. We didn't used to have to. Until 2014, they just produced a PDF file of all the guards. And then we got Primidium. Primidium didn't spin up and get working until 2019, but after 2014 or 15, the PDF files of the guards stopped coming. See, roll back. All this stuff just rolls over itself and ties itself back together. Poor Mr. Gary's whole complaint. Just like now, if a license gets revoked, it just vanishes from Primidium. You can't search it. You have to dig through hot sheets and minutes to come up with anything that they ever even existed. How does that help the clients? Let alone us poor slob employees who might be thinking about, well, maybe some dude offered me a job. Should I take it or not? So anyway, on top of everything else in the curse of birth and circumstance, when somebody pays or agrees to pay to go take a class to get a job, and it's supposed to be professional, and they go to a guy who's going to tell yuck jokes about his one time working unarmed at the flea market or some damn place, and his 77,000 years as the best CPA ever, that's not who should be teaching security professionals. Somebody named Hugs. How to deal with the most important part of our careers that is hopefully the never, let alone least used part of our careers, the same as law enforcement, and that's the G word. We hope to never use force at all. We hope and pray and cross our fingers and toes and everything else and wear little rabbit feets that we never have to get that thing out of its bed and make it go to work. But if we do, we should have had a class at least third hand from a student of somebody who knows what that means. A whole big tub of I don't give a F-itis and they keep me certified, which while I'm on the topic, sirs, ma'ams, everybody, I want to see Bill MacRae's application and investigation for his private investigator license. Because he tells a mighty funky story. Along with all the rest of his, I want to see the certificates and I want to see the notes and instructor/trainer notes about why did these 3 people did not qualify. And where did you learn this stupid acronyms? Stop jargoning. Stop being the cool guy. You're not the cool guy in school, Bill MacRae. That's what DNQ means, is did not qualify. Why? Did they just not show up? Or did they not have a teacher so they couldn't hit the scores? And I've been long and hard once upon a time, and I may even have a webloggy page on my silly, stupid website about a once upon a time when some guy had some poor young people out there trying to qualify as security guards, and he had all these numb nut ideas in his head and disqualified them so many times repeatedly that they just quit. They became so discouraged. That's it. Obviously, if I can't do that, and they just couldn't understand when they practiced on their own, they had high numbers, but now they're getting 50s and 60s. It's because their instructor did not a trainer, but he was an instructor and a trainer, a specialized instructor firearms for law enforcement in North Carolina, and a trainer, FT, firearms trainer for security. He invented some scheme in his head how to score those targets that not only does security honestly, truly, security has to score higher. Private people have to score higher. It still doesn't get us any immunity. If you're going to give it to us, state, then give us immunity. Otherwise, somebody please get me a GoFundMe and some real silk suit attorneys, and let's get 74C canceled and this board canceled. It doesn't qualify any of us for anything, and it doesn't guarantee anything except more government run around and bureaucracy and self-loving guys like Bill MacRae cheating people out of their careers. And that's what this is. I don't know who any of these people are. I never heard of them. And I guess you guys all better go search around. I'm not kidding, Andy Renfro. Go back and talk to your cousin, uncle, brother, nephew, whoever the hell that was that used to work for you. Because last year, mid to late 2025, when Bill MacRae was doing this in astronomical numbers, your relative, Andy Renfro, with the last name Renfro, and other people inside your organization dragged me through the mud for many hours trying to get me to put in different flavors of different writing that they would somehow never take to you and didn't know how they would lie to you about it, that I was promising that I would train all of those people for free other than the range fee, that he failed so that they wouldn't become hateful of our industry and go away forever. And nobody has the balls to tell you anything, Andy Renfro. You're bad people. And you humor this. And this tard was working for you then. And that's what happens when you discourage people, If you steal away their courage, you got a bunch of cowards. And then, Bill MacRae, why didn't you and Joel, go sign them certificates for cash money out the back door like you used to did? Well, a little kiss here and there. This time, they left a whole hour of travel time. Yay. But again, that's on the pre-delivery. January 16th, 25. Post-delivery, January 16th. Oh, now at least he got the classroom hours before the range hours, as it should be. But once again, we're teleporting. The times don't match. And here's my next question, and I wrote it on some of these pages down the road. You should have let me know. If you guys actually did something, somebody should have let me know, Karen. I promised you I wasn't going to forward it. I didn't promise you I wasn't going to review this carefully all over my online and try to get somebody way above Paul Sherwin and the rest of you broom closet employees to pay attention and fix this security industry. You got me out. But you remember, Karen, allegedly your husband's out there in the field with these untrained knuckleheads. This is who's got his back. Because go ask Gary, when they screw up at the one company, the company doesn't get them not working security anymore. They push them purposefully onto other companies to screw up those companies. And anything else about it is denial. Hope your hubby never gets shot. Honestly, truly, I hope never does. But if he gets shot by some dumbass over there playing with his gun because he never had a gun class that said, why is your gun out at the site, I'm going to laugh my ass off and get back online. Because you are supposed to be in charge of this. And there is no such thing as karma or poetic justice. It's some poor slob that's innocent. Innocence will get stolen because of this. Why does it always take exactly 4 hours, Sir MacRae? The many times you made me under coercion go with you to this idiot place in Holly Springs, the Sheriff's Academy, shooting range, whatever. They keep changing the name of it, or the ownership and operation. When you're at an indoor range that was built by police for police and law enforcement qualifiers in North Carolina, the longest we were ever there with people that had to shoot 3 times a day and maybe twice at night, but they all still passed, was about an hour and 10 minutes. Because you shoot your day thing, go back and look at my videos, Mr. Sherwin, that you say you've seen my videos and you can mental gymnastics the shoots out of them to prove that nobody's qualified. But you can't read these papers, Paul Sherwin. All of you combined, all of you that wear the title investigator at the PPSB can't get together and say, hey, to hook up Karen, let's help her do this job so Dean won't get on the internet and tear her apart for accepting bull crap paperwork. But trying to kick Dean in the nuts about his not bullcrap paperwork that he backs with witnesses and invitations for you guys. If you don't like anything about it, get your government paid arse out there in the world and set your own imperfect infallible eyeballs upon it. And go get your own damn specialized firearms instructor qualified or firearms trainer qualified. Got to be able to do what it is you think you can govern other people to do or don't before you go running your mouth about it. Go see my other 2 videos. It takes about 6 minutes for someone who knows what the hell they're doing to get through a full qualifier. Why does it take you 4 hours with 1 run day and 1 run night with 100 shooters? Oh, maybe it's falsified. How about we find all these people and get them sworn to affidavits? Did you have any class at all? And what were your minutes? Show me your notes and logs. When were you guys even at that range? And then pull their payroll data, as I sent to you, Karen Battle. They weren't at the range. They were on the clock at the site. Whole team of 22 monkeys up there. And all I can tell you is, don't worry about it. It's just my opinion that you guys are up there doing this for the behest of the likes of this guy. You have put yourself beneath him. Honor, integrity, all that ethical horse crap that's written in your ethical books. But I'm the bad guy. Go ahead. KI in the messenger. I don't give a damn. You can't argue with the reality of it's just numbers. So here we go again. Pre-delivery gives an hour for a recertification, which was sent to Karen in the email. Classroom training has to go before the range. I think I glanced over it last time. I'm not going into it again. At least 3 of the hours, I was part of the committee and team and board BSers that figured out with me and Judy Pittman and Chad at the academy, because back then Chad and Steve Johnson were both still at the academy and still had something to do with it because PPS was still a broom closet at the DOJ. Yeah. Trying to explain we could really use the code slightly changed, that if we agree to do at least 3 hours prior to the range, could we have the 1 hour after, which is maintenance, so that we can take our people back and get them to clean their damn guns? Because if we don't do it under the eyes of the trainers, it ain't getting done. That's why it's written that way. And however, so it's all so easy here. Mr. MacRae. Well, you know what we gotta do is for the likes of Gary over there, there's got to be 4,000 hours of training, required for his people, and my people are going to get it on paper because I have a teleporter and a time warper. Check it out. Pre-delivery, post-delivery. Well, wait. Pre-delivery, January 24th of 2025. Back in 2024. We're looking for January the 24th of 2025. March. There doesn't exist one. So no post delivery ever went in. What happened there? Don't know. They don't keep paperwork. And here's another glorious one I told you. Post delivery report for 327. This is what it's sometimes marked off as acceptable if you send. And you don't have to write it on the damn report. They don't make me. But this is a pre-delivery report for absolutely nothing. None of the boxes are checked. Okay. Oh, damn. Sorry. I didn't mark off one of the phone numbers. Don't anybody pause it there and look at that phone number. Sorry, Bill. I tried. This is a lot of pages. If you didn't write bullshit on your pages, I wouldn't have it up here. So, of course, the perfect 4 hours pre-delivery. March 28th. Sent it on the 25th, which doesn't meet the 5-day requirement, but it's okay. As long as we include in our email to Ray back then, maybe, or Karen. I don't even remember when Karen came on board. I got nothing. You both, I guess, are -8 bads too, because compared to Melvin, you guys rock. Neither one of you got anything on Judy Pittman. As much as they all hated her, she was okay people. They hated her because she made the board follow the rules and the law. I think I talked about her last time. Why, you should probably check their references. Whenever you go interview for anybody anywhere, here's another interlude. Especially you government flubs. Worst kind of welfare worker ever is a government employee. At every level and political subdivision thereof. Only thing worse than that is somebody elected. So anyway, it's absolutely fine. I'm going to assume, without doing a public records request to verify. If it's not, you better get falsifying some documents, Karen and Bill. Because you never know. I'm saying this all I hear. Maybe Institute for Justice will get a lean on it and be like, damn, we can go fix up some civil rights in North Carolina. I can always hope maybe someone will forward it to Elon Musk and he'll be like, I'll fund you, bro. Go find them friend lawyers of yours and let them do it in their name and put you on the clock because the board wouldn't give you your PI license. Plus reasons. Because you actually can read dates and be like, there better be an affiliated request and affirmative response that can I do this in less than the 5-day requirement in the law and the code, and right there, fax that bad boy. I guess you can figure it out, even though he didn't check any boxes at the top. He did write 4 hours, and 4 hours of range. The first ever handgun qualifier class that Andy Renfro did, I did. And he whined and complained and pissy moaned because I was like, I don't care who you are, dude. You keep walking out of my class and looking in your phone, I'm just not going to sign your certificate. And he got through it. And one thing about Andy Renfro, dude can shoot. Let's, give credit where it's due. I don't remember if it was a 3-inch or a 2 3/4 inch. Little tiny thing. And he did just fine. It was for concealed carry for a private investigator. He didn't want to carry around a 5-inch 45 caliber super tank with an extended cleat in it. So we got pre-delivery. Again. And then we got post-delivery. Absolutely 0 travel minutes and seconds. That's why I have in the description, especially knowing that when Andy Renfro went out there and shot 89-2 and 81-2, I would love to see the certificate and know, is that same little 3-inch tiny gun? Because it would not shock me. I'm curious as 81.2. Is that scored correctly? That seems like a low score to me for Andy Renfro. But what do I know? Maybe he had something in his eye. Maybe he did it on purpose, make the guards feel good. You're better than the boss. I'm trying to be nice, Andy and Bill, even though I don't want to. But again, even if you tried to say why I put in the description in my original outline that, well, Andy was done at the indoor range in less than 40 minutes for both day and night. Give it a whole hour. Then why did you falsify these times on your start and end time? Put the real time that you were there. There's no 4-hour requirement for the range. He's made that up. He's fixated on it. Why is it always even minutes? Why never 1630 to 2030? 1601 to 2001? Why do you say something is unbelievable and absolutely it doesn't matter? Because every one of these papers has this same, you spend exactly 4 hours at the range every single time for every single one you've ever done, and no one at the board cares that you're falsifying paperwork. The application has the certificate, has all this, you certify as the trainer, and the board member license holder qualifying person who doesn't have to sign it, and we really should have both signatures on that page, that if you're going to do this kind of madness, Andy, Bill, get your story together. Make sure it looks acceptable, not even the appearance of impropriety, beyond reproach. And I'm not pulling back up those pictures that I put on last stream. Go listen to and look at last stream of your guys doing whatever the hell they feel like at the range in violation of not following the course of fire. Andy and Bill. And all of you employees at the board, especially you ones that hold yourself out as directors and deputy directors and investigators, and anybody else who even has to set eyes on these things. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong, huh? If they were in the classroom until 1600, how the hell did they get across town at exactly 1600? And if you call them back in on it and say whatever, and they say, oh no, we didn't get there till 1750, then revoke them, suspend them, make them start all over, send them back to Wake Tech for a whole damn week before they have to go through pre-quals. No special treatment, nothing. Get them out of our industry. See, your job and duty, as in 74C, what's the board for? To protect the public, which private employees are. How can we trust people that lie on all of their paperwork to not lie on their paperwork to their clients and or their employees? And you guys go ahead. Look the other way. Don't pay attention. I hope your religions that you all profess and stomp about are wrong for your sake. Because then, if we just take it back secular, you're neither hot nor cold. You're just sitting there, breathing the air of somebody else who deserves the air in this world, or the jobs, or the desk, or whatever it is. It's utterly scumbaggedly, and somewhere somebody's becoming totally discouraged, disgusted, and fed up and sick and tired, and they're going to go shout the poor 16-year-old girl in the face over mayonnaise. So that's how that goes. 2 board members, 2 allegedly private investigators, and security peoples. There's another one, Andy. Get a memo out to all your people, however you don't write things down, and say, hey guys, I don't work sites because I don't have an armed registration as a security guard. Your armed private investigator license does not qualify you to work armed security guard sites. Somebody investigate that board. I guarantee you it ain't on the payroll. And it just goes on and on and on. I made a special point. Look, I put a big fat red check mark on here for yay, you at least lied about it. That you're going to spend an hour traveling. Exactly 1 hour. Every time. The next problem is there's no post-delivery report for these dates. So all this, with 4 people expected, did 4 people get trained, yay or nay? Unknown. Incomplete paperwork. And then we drop back a whole nother year, back to 24. This is very tiresome. Whoever the hell's assorting and assembling and collating these documents at the board, get your head on straight. Oh, you do it by month. You purposefully confuse yourself. But that's okay, as long as you're kicking Dean in the nits all the time. Sounds good. Or somebody else. So we have a pre-delivery for April 17th of 24. Then we have and I wrote it on the note way down here. This is about the whatever. How many pages in are we? 11 of 32. So 11 times we have now seen that the classroom is listed after the exactly 4 hours, question mark, 4 hours every single time, and exactly to the minutes. I'm not going to keep going with this, even though I did them all. And here he is. David Dodge is the guy that ran once upon a time the security side of North Carolina Protective Group. David Dodge is a guy that, I don't know what you call it. In horse racing, we call it a bobbled start. But then we found out, you know what? We're all right. We're good with each other. We could understand each other. And it was because other people had mistreated him that he had no trust for anybody's security. Look at these scores of these two, and I think I know Nicholas Harris or have met him. I'm not 100% sure. Indoor range, 294 plus shooters, and you're still gonna attest and certify by signature down here at the bottom that it took them 4 freaking hours to shoot this lowest score of 94.8 day and night. Why would you put people through that? Gary, David, please answer this to the board. If somebody can get this to you. And I'm not sorry. After dealing with this bullshit since 1998, I have a few things to say. And they're dragging your name in this dirt. Set your way back clock to April 14th of 2024. Been almost 2 years now. But to your best recollection, did you spend 4 hours at that damn range to shoot 2 bouts of shooting? Like, what'd he do? Have you load 2 rounds in one magazine and get busy and then go eat breakfast and then come back and shoot 2 more rounds at the 3-yard line and let's go take a ride around the block? I mean, how could you spend 4 hours shooting twice? With half shooters, half that don't practice in a whole year, and they come for their first recertification with me. And they, of course, nobody practices. I'm all good with it. No matter how much I try to teach them, you don't need bang. They're convinced that they're right and their daddies are right and their grandpappies are right. It's all about throwing money away at the range, doing the same thing that got you failing last time. They don't even practice for free with their bare hands. I'll guarantee you, if it takes 35 to 40 minutes in the day and less than 30 minutes at night for a remedial shooter, what I would call remedial, I don't take people to the range that are going to fail. I know because I have long experience in this and my own training methodology that you guys can be jealous of or don't. I don't care. The problem is when you use that jealousy, Cain and Abel, you ain't proving nothing to nobody. When you have to lie about it and you're brazen about the lies, which when you lie on government filed papers as Donald Trump, it's a effing felony for Donald Trump, but you ain't no Donald Trump. This is just another misdemeanor violation of 74C. It is a crime because you can wrap it and bury it and say, yeah, but, financial whatevers. No, financial burdens or problems are for license holders. Everybody else just gets revoked or a letter of reprimand. So someone come up with a letter of reprimand, and David Dodge, you come up with a yes or no in interrogatory format. Did you really spend 4 hours at that range? Yes or no? Get it signed with a witness as an affidavit and submit it to the board and demand in a complaint format that William MacRae not be allowed to sign his name to certificates ever again. Did you spend exactly 4 hours between 1400 and 1800 in that classroom? After the range, which is a violation of the code. And sorry, not sorry, hashtag. You guys are license holders and supervisors and managers with the duty to train and supervise, whether you were at Raleigh Police or in charge of North Carolina Protective Group for Gary Pastor, the nemesis of all things MacRae. Don't treat people like that. Don't hold yourself above other people, and hold yourself and your company and whoever's stealing your money, because I have my doubts Especially how we met, whether you ever went and spent 1 second in a classroom. Well, he's a cop. He don't need a class. You want to be a cop who don't need a class? Get back in a police department. They have a much longer annual in-service renewal training than freaking 4 hours. But in the meantime, let's go figure out how we can kick dog trainers in the nuts, but not kick ourselves in the nuts for being part and in concert and acting together with the bad guys to be bad guys. Alrighty then. And I'm just not going to keep going through these. They're all the same. Here's a pre-delivery for 4/24/25. Range before classroom. And here's a post-delivery. Exactly 4 hours with exactly 0 travel time. And this is more of that questionable. I'm not going to go through it here. Here they are. I pointed them out carefully. And why, pray tell, David Dodge, are you on this thing? Oh, that's a whole year later. Never mind. I know why David Dodge is on here a whole year later. So answer this one too. In 25, as well as 24, sir, did you spend exactly 4 hours and 0 minutes at that range? And Karen Battle and all the rest of you who hold yourself out as government employees and investigators at the board, answer me this, bat peoples. I sure hope you took it to them, Karen Battle. Or not. I don't care. I don't give a damn. But this is the last one we're going to talk about. This is a 4-hour recertification class. And I did look these up. Albert Carey is the number 2. He's the El Capitan Commander General. Antonio Dixon is the other one. The only person Antonio's ever worked for is Bill MacRae. If they recertified, requalified, re-whatever-fied with these kinds of high scores, which I hope Antonio gets himself some glasses. That's a good score for him to not have several listed, But look at that, 94. Good job. Take out the 25-yard line. People score high. Everything falls apart as the cone of error goes further back. But here's the thing, and this is the pattern ongoing. I mentioned it last time and pointed out a couple things in the previous live 7 hours about this. Which it looks like this one's going to be that way too. Sorry, not sorry. Hashtag. These guys requalified in April. And then Bill MacRae didn't submit their damn paperwork timely, so they had to take another full class. But in the meantime, their work expired for either Bill MacRae's Loliere, and or Andy Renfro's Loliere, and or the Renfro Group without firearms training, without a valid current registration from May till, and I don't remember if these are searchable. Dixon. Next one down is post-delivery continuation in September. Remember, that was back in April or May. And then in September, all of a sudden, Antonio Dixon, with much lower scores, had a full class. And this is what a bunch of officers and everybody else came to me in 2022 and 2023 because everybody's too chicken to go to the board about anything, especially against their own damn bosses or their bosses' partners and hangout buddies. You guys yap around the office and see if you can dig up those emails, Ray Bullard. I've got them. Where at the end of the day, everybody just got told. Of course, not in writing. You see, there's Al Carey. Had to do a whole nother 20-hour class. Why? Because as has been done, and I showed it in the last stream where he got fined whatever many $6,000 or $2,300, I don't remember, for this exact thing, working officers without registrations, armed officers. And now him and Annie Renfro and obviously everybody at the board who doesn't do follow-ups on their registration problems and license problems to board members. They worked from April or May when they expired until October when they got new whatevers, or at least the end of September, because he just didn't forgot. He just forgot. He always blames his ADD. Oh, yeah, I forgot. And so allegedly guys that had just requalified back in April now had to spend 20 hours of their lives again, plus 4 hours at the range, because it's always 4 hours at the range. There it is, 8 to 12. Somehow, impossibly, always exactly 4 hours at the range. And I guarantee you, if you pulled a payroll, they were out at sites. If they were there, if they may have gone to the range, but man, they don't need a class. I just forgot to submit their paper. Well, that don't work for everybody in the industry. If you're not going to apply the law of your little broom closet clerk place equally with all of those lies that get told in that ethics pamphlet of yours. So now I'm sitting there screaming into the void about, you know what? As it has always been, and if you're really going to fix anything, lie words, how much effort you're making to repair 40 years of inadvertent mistakes by the girls in the office. And this doesn't make sense to me either. So did they go to class in July and yet he was allowed to go until September and not submit a paper? Or what? All these dates say July. Paper got sent in September. What's up with that? Board employees. And then why, if all this happened in July, did Albert Carey and Antonio Dixon not get re-registered until months later? When they're supposed to, if they sent it in July, even if it took until October to issue, the board's supposed to backdate it to the date of the application because they can allegedly, supposedly, take their training certificate and a copy of the application, finished and paid for in per diem, and go to work. And so it backdates. At least it does for everybody else. Maybe it's different for board members. I'd really like to know. And once again, absolutely 0 hours and 0 minutes of travel time. It's all good. And we'll just quit there. Same old garbage. This guy has a registration, so did he get it from a different trainer at a different company? Or did you write this garbage did not complete legal? Whatever that means. It's not just legal. Can't you even please find administrative code and understand, number one, fix that on your silly form. It's not NACA, it's this one, NC administrative code. Can we spellering? Who cares about the rest of it if you don't care about to write your stuff right on a seal of the state paper? We're not embarrassed. We get paid. Yeah, you get paid. It's not legal. So they missed an hour to 2 hours of class. What did they finish the other parts of the class? Did you give them a certificate? Yes or no? Here's another one that comes from all my classes. Never submit a report that could cause anybody any question. It's frustrating. It's aggravating. What the hell is this? Oh, firearm certification, 20 hour. And now we're back in 2024. Is this pre? Yes, this is pre. So back in 2024, he still bothered on the pre-delivery reports to add an hour travel time. Seven, 8, 9. Pre. Post. 7, 8, 9. And there it is. The hour and the perfect 4 at another indoor range on Highway 49 in Burlington. I promise you, they're not an hour apart. Yeah, and there they go again. I don't know why I know this name, but I know this name. And it had something to do with, could this cause a question? What are the odds that who of your shouters scored exactly 80? I wonder. And then why didn't Radford shoot tonight? I don't know. Within 12 days. God, it did. And this is post delivery. Again, range in front of classroom. Oh, no, it's not. Makes no sense to me. But that's okay, because I have to submit multiple amended, addended, amended, whatever. But that's just me, because you're you, Dean, and we're going to trip you up and knock you down. Okay. You proved yourselves. Submitted the next day. Exactly 4 hours. What took 4 hours exactly to get one guy through one run day and one run night. And they're all the same, and there's Radford again for whatever reason. Now he brought Radford back and the other guy. They both passed, barely, where they'd had range. Why didn't you finish them at the range and let them shoot a second or third attempt that first day? Don't know. They came back a second day. This time they passed, and again, one time day and one time night. These must be some slow loading magazine kind of slobs. It's like, load that magazine, 6 and 6. Now unload them both. Put them back in the box. Put the box back in your car. Now go get that box back out of your car. Come back out here. Get those magazines out, roll them 6 and 6, and then unload them and count them again and load them back up with your left hand. Something kind of magic going on that never is there even 1 minute difference. And so on and so on, and so on. 1024, range before classroom, violation of code. And 1024-25. And 1030 of 24. So we're looking for 1024-25 post delivery. 24. Did not qualify. Maria Bird. She used to work for Andy Renfro, or maybe still does. It's amazing how many women on these pages did not qualify. Just saying. 10 of 24. We're looking for 1024-25. Nope. So there's no post delivery. There was a pre-delivery, no cancellation, and no post. With allegedly 6 people. We're done with MacRae. Good night, MacRae. Good night, 74C. Invalid paperwork. Oh, I shouldn't have shut 74C, but we already read it. I read it earlier. And then I wrote down here, and I've already covered it because of Gary Pastor. Does anybody write anything down? No. And thank you, R. Steven Johnson Steve, for at least telling him if he gets you something, you'll take a look at it. Even if you're BSing him, you said the right thing. And no one else does. And so on and so on and so on. So that's all that. As far as all that other PPSB, get your house in order. We're done. PPSB's been called to task. That's as done as I'm getting. I promise you, there's many more things. Many, many more things. Go listen to the previous 7 hours. And then I have to pee. Please. Now new. Fire them all. I was in a mood earlier. I really don't mean it. I do, Mr. Smythe. I do want you to, anybody you can directly or have political influence over that's on that board, unappoint them. Just tell them to get out. Give them like 2 days. You resign or I'm going to replace you. As far as all the employees, I, as much as I would love to say do something wicked, because they walked themselves in, they dug their own holes like Karen Battle with this stuff. They're all trapped. And Karen Battle and Paul Sherwin and Ray Buller were all cops. They all know how it is. You got to do the dirt and get the dirt on you. And we're all riding dirty. And we're all cops. And we're all rights violators. And we're all going to do this stuff together. And blah, 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 blah. We all back each other's play, etc., etc. Till we don't anymore. They need to be decompressed and deflated along with all the rest of the staff at the board. I've exchanged some good emails or whatever that when Paul Sherwin got, sir, rude with me, spelled SH_TTY. I said, hey man, are you tired? Why are you working so early in the morning? And he found out and had to admit, even though he will not apologize, nothing is ever his fault. He'd been up all night with a sick kid. And he, with blinded eyes because of exhaustion and bias, internal, not along the optic nerves, in the other parts of the visual cortexes of the brain, had a stick up his ass about me and decided that what I was saying couldn't possibly be true because that would make him and the gray man and the rest of the board and the board employees wrong about something, and they're never wrong. They are the court. They are the sovereign, and sovereign is never wrong. And they were wrong. Had to do with all that a couple years ago effort at the administrative code, and they had moved, cut, paste, or copy, paste, whatever, that whole thing that would have required us to submit a 5-day pre-delivery report for every single unarmed class. And he said, no, it doesn't say that. And oh, okay. And it turned out it did. And then the Rules Review Commission fixed it. And now we don't even have to submit them for remote classes. Take it easy, Paul Sherwin. Deflate yourself. Get yourself a good written schedule and tell them people to leave you alone. Now I'm going to take another break. But anyway, Jeffrey Smythe. But well, if you fire them because you got friends that need jobs in the government, go for it, sir. They all knew the rules when they got in there. Fire them all. I really don't mean it. I think some of them could be re-educated. Some of them could be rapidly invited to, you know what? You're already in bonus, super bonus retirement. Get out. Make a hole for some other poor failed out of a department cop. Other than you, Ray. You made it. Make someone else who couldn't take it inside the blue lines and give them a little hole in there to pretend they're still a cop. And violate the rights of a bunch of us private imbeciles. If you'd have meant to be smart and get ahead in this world, you'd have been born me. Yeah. There's only one you. The rest of us, I know my station. So that's it. And don't do nothing, Jeffrey Smythe. Give them all a blue ribbon. Go gold star every day. You guys are the bestest ever. And make them come up there and polish your boots with their tongues. So we're going to go fast over this last section because it's 12:41 a.m. And this goes back to the last one and ties to Raleigh PD and the out-of-state broker manager. This is not going to take long. And then maybe me and George will just have a little yuck if he's still awake. It still only says one
I'm
watching.
still here.
I figured. It still only says one watching. What does it say on your screen?
2.
Okay. Well, as long as we got somewhere. We got something. We got somebody. 12. No, I don't. Not a timestamp. An NVIDIA stamp. 06. 09. It's almost there. 00 at 12:43 a.m. 01.29.26. Now, one more P. Break. BRB. George got this. That was a long run. That was almost 2 hours going through all those checkbox items, but we did it. I shall return. All right. Trying to sit up straight. Trying to stay close to the microphone. Damn it. I ordered more stuff from the Amazonses and forgot the microphone covers again. You know that little foamy thing that you had on your microphone, George? Oh,
What?
the little foam thing that's like a spit shield and a
Yeah.
popping. I,
What
I
about it?
took I took it off your microphone and put it on mine. I'm trying to
Okay.
order. They like come in a 3-pack. They're not expensive,
Nope.
but I absolutely meant because I have smoked and spitted all over this thing a lot. That
Okay.
I keep meaning to order like a 3-pack or a 6-pack of the things and put a brand spanking new one in the bag with your microphone and get your microphone back to you.
And as I said earlier, that's your microphone.
Oh no, because you will probably have somebody that needs a limpy microphone with a bad headphone jack. It's a great microphone. It's the headphone jack that's messed up on it.
Oh. No, I have another one that's the same make and model.
Yeah, I bought one that's the same make and model. It's just all black because you know I like that man in black stuff.
Yeah. I have that one and I have this one that I'm talking to, which is on a boom mic.
Oh, 6, 13, 45. Been back a few yapping about the Yeti microphones with George. Okay, period. Let's go. Equals. Finishing up. The Pineville Police Department. Working private security, impersonating security, who then turns around and jumps off the clock and runs away from the clients, and KIAs the likes of Dennis Bodden. They are still at it, holding themselves out as. However, somebody get the. I don't need somebody to get anything. I could clip it and just steal the ATA narrator's voice saying perfectly, however, because no one can say it like he does. I would not. I'll say, go over and listen to Audit the Audit and listen to that guy say everything, especially when he says, however. Oh, my dear, I have to get the poor girls off my screen. They make me sad. I was looking for something. Oh, the outline. Pineville and a licensee. See the description. I think that's all I'm going to put in that because we're going to scroll back up here and see the description. This is for all of you district attorneys, PPSB, the DOJ, NCs, not the U.S., unless please somebody get a hold of the U.S. because this is all big and it's statewide and now involves a Texas company from an out-of-state broker manager who does hold. So all their crybaby and stuff, what do we do? What do we do? But anyway, it's another thing. The board wasn't listening to Paul Sherwin either when he tried to tell them that he went to the little CPPPP, EP, whatever they call it, PP meeting, bodyguarding, and that there was a run amok of cops out playing bodyguards with their police uniforms and their police cars in direct competition and outside of their jurisdictions. And not being cops, they were being private security slash close personal protectors, all without any form of license or registration. C, the broker manager that they work for called, who is this people? Off duty management. And they got some, I had to wonder, are they somehow related or affiliated to all the track software? Because they have like off-duty tracker is their software registration and all that. With Silver Track and Track Tick, and I don't remember all the other ones that are for security and law enforcement. And what the problem with the Texas company is they don't give a damn. Especially if it's North Carolina cops going to do something as dumb as break all the laws and they get a management override in another state. Well, if our little scared children known as PPSB jump upstairs to their real boss, Mr. Smythe right now, the Secretary of the Department of Safety, and he goes to who put him there, which would be the governor of our state, and our governor hops over to whoever our state attorney general is and says, you know what? This is now involves multiple states. Let's take a case to the federal courts. Besides the fact, we're the PPSB. Demand their payroll. Hit up every one of them. Do they have anybody registered? And nope, I didn't log my per diem and to see, are there any registered securities? Because Paul Sherwin said, wouldn't matter if they were registered, they're impersonating cops. And they're using taxpayer uniforms, guns. Tried to blur it up so it didn't sound so much like, fun. Pew pew. And police cars, which is impersonating law enforcement while working private security. That's an absolute hell no. That is crime. All those cops should be arrested and their CJS revoked, removed. You want to get back in some kind of such and such and other thing and go do some community service and go in at the ground floor at the Renfro Group. And you may never have a rank. Private security. You want to be a private security guard? Be it full time. But the only way you're getting back into a police vehicle, station, office, or department, or agency is to drag your ass all the way through the new basic law enforcement training that may be a lot more longer in depth than everything else than it used to was. Put some teeth behind. Encouraging, aiding, and abetting, and conspiring to work multitudes, Paul Sherwin, the board, all the rest of you who don't understand what it is you do. The out-of-state broker manager off-duty management has a license. It's number 1643-GP, and I do believe that's the one Paul Sherwin said in the meeting, is who's kind of involved in this. Fine them $10 million. Suspend their license and anybody registered under them. Find anybody who signed off in any kind of private security training, Ray Bullard. We're not instructors. And ask and figure out what the F, how do you guys think you can run around this state in police cars and uniforms, answering police calls on your radio and shouting to poor Mr. Bodden, if you're working as a registered or for a registered guard and patrol company. Bust their chops. Fix this stuff. Make it safe for the public and everybody else. And including, I would posit that if we could get some U.S. DOJ attorneys in here, because the North Carolina DOJ ain't interested in fraud and collusion or conspiracy on an epic and grand scale for hundreds or thousands of jobs, with government agents stealing the work of the taxpayer who pays these a-holes to use our cars and G-words to go steal our work from us. If NC DOJ won't look into the fraud of it, get the US DOJ in here because it involves an out-of-state company. Maybe all them coppers could sit around and pass the buck and say, well, it's on them. Get ready to learn the hard way, coppers, what Dean calls the departmental dump. They knew it was you all along. Now go watch. I don't even remember who it was. I have one more link I was going to include in this, but time ran out, and man, I'm way over time. I didn't make it. One of those great YouTuber people, even if it's one of the new ones, like Sir James White over at Southern Draw Law, or the other one, civil rights attorney, could only be one of the two of those, went long and complicated the other day about, it was James White. Oh, no, it wasn't either. Sorry. I apologize. Mr. John Lang, founder of The Audit. Departmental dump. Let me make a note in the log. Give a credit. I remember. Gosh, I got the hiccups again. 20. Pineville and bad PPSB management and a TX license holder. They're good at the Secretary of State. LICE, LICE, holder, GP, led to equals what I call the departmental dump. This is where, and George, you've heard me say that before, right?
Yep.
Pause for the press to talk. And it's hard for me to explain. I have other things I gotta explain, like keep your thumb up, get your grip higher
Right
on
back.
get your grip higher on your G word. I got a lot of things that are important to me. And whether you're in a real police department, sheriff's office, sheriff's department, whatever you call it, state agency like the highway patrol, or a broom closet labeled broom closet PPSB. When it comes time for them to dump a pile of turd on somebody, they're all of a sudden going to come up with a bunch of write-ups and all kinds of other stuff that they were trying not to put on you, but now they got to bring it out. And back in the day at the LA something, large metropolitan policing agency, there absolutely was. It was the known thing. All the secret files, and that they would make somebody, make the watch commander sign a false report on one of the baby deputies. So that years from now, if something came up with that now senior deputy, and all of a sudden it made it look like the department was bad, well, we've got all these papers going back 10 million years. And we've tried to work with that guy. We knew he was bad all along. We sent him to remedial training, and you're standing around on about, wait, I never went to no remedial training. And then they all say, if it ain't written down, it didn't happen. Show us in writing where we didn't send you to remedial training. You can go see now Supreme Court Judge Kavanaugh. And Dean's whole long speech, I think I told it again last time on last stream, so I won't say it again now, about on the scales of justice. Someone throws a paper on one side, you're guilty or civilly responsible or liable. The only thing that counterbalances that scale is 2 on the other side or more. Keep your notes and keep your stuff. And don't let your notes be in your written documents and reports. Observe and report. And include a little truth in it sometimes. Bill MacRae. Anyway, it was John Lang. Let me see if I can find it. Open the Firefox. YouTube.com. See if his channel searches. I'm not logged in the Firefox. I can't just go look in the history. John Lang. I suppose I could move it off to the other screen. It was Dog the Bounty Hunter's son. Where is it? Is it? There it is. I think. Is this celebrity's son a corrupt cop? I don't want to start it playing because of the risk. Yep, that's it. There's Dog the Bounty Hunter in the copy. Put that in the chat box. John Lang video about Dog the Bounty Hunter son that is a perfect example of the departmental dump. Bam. Enter. Okay, got that in the chat. Close. Put it in the log. Equals in chat. Blam. And hey, if you're interested in TV personalities and their youngest sons, let alone a really good look and discussion of things, John Lang rocks. However, he's not been around the cop trades like I have. He's a journalist, and he's damn good at it. You deserve everything you got, John Lang. Are you hiring? I need a job. But he didn't know to stop and point it out, except he did. It's like, all of a sudden, they come up with all these disciplinary actions, and man, they just start magically appearing. There it is. That's the departmental dump. And if they'll do it to Dog the Bounty Hunter's son, what do you think they're going to do? Some idiot cop who ain't got Dog the Bounty Hunter and millions of dollars and millions of followers to get in behind it. Celebrity dad. It's really good video. It's really good life in what we call the poop sandwich that is policing in America. And it's also in every department, division, broom closet, subdivision. I've heard a bunch of junk about cops, but never as horrible as I've heard about some of the things that teachers, male and female, have had to do, utterly degrading and SXXL in nature to some assistant under administrator vice principal person to keep their job. Regardless of religious preference or domestic habits. You want the job? Bob the knob, they say. You go figure out what it means. Jobs for jobs, you know, girls. Anyway, Pineville's still out. Hard advertising. Link is in the description. Through a license holder, the board could damn well do something about it, Paul Sherwin. Audit the piss out of their payroll records. And then, when you got them payroll records, because part of their contract and part of what's splattered all over the description, Pineville PD's webpage about hiring their PDs for security, which again is effing stupid. Why would you send these poor flubs? And we won't even go there. Maybe some other day when I feel like laughing about it, about how not high IQ cops are. And it just is what it is. People with high IQs don't put themselves in that kind of risk in their lives. Whether the idea that they're the best bully ever and they're going to do whatever they want to and they are the law and all the things that we associate to bad cops. And they're so prideful that they do not believe that they could ever get caught or busted in what they do. Well, it ain't 1826 anymore. Or whether they're just not, it's not required for them to be particularly super high IQ. The super high IQ nerds are few and far between, and they're named Bill Gates and Elon Musk, and there's only two of them. Maybe Zuckerberg. Now there's three. And when three guys eat up hundreds of the billions of dollars, there ain't a lot left for the rest of us to whack up between all 300 million of us. So even if we were that smart, we might end up with our butt in a cop car or staring at the screens at a security post because those jobs don't have regular turnover and opening at the top where there's money to be made. And we may not be qualified for them in these ever back and forth tsunami level tides of some company like Amazon lets go of 25,000 people. And allegedly some company up here is opening some kind of something or other near us in Benson that'll create 2,000 jobs, but it's going to take them 4 years to build the place. And then there's the salesman tactics of, well, we meant in totality. That's including all the construction people and the road people to widen the road and the electrical people to expand the electrical grid and blah, 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 blah. Full-time jobs after we get the plant open is, about 260. But that 2,000 sure did look good to the city council, didn't it? Yes, and it looked good to us people. We want to believe that you're going to ride in and hero our little places. So anyway, go see John Lang's video. Thank you, John Lang. Did I mention? Are you hiring? I need a job. Minimum wage is $7.25 in North Carolina. We could contract. Layered liability protection. But someone's got to stop those Pineville cops and this broker dealer out of state. Either get fully right and get these cops registered as security guards and buy your own cars for them to drive around. Because if they're driving around a police car doing private security, stealing our jobs, then we couldn't hire another police officer to drive that police car and do policing that is sadly and sorely needed. And again, please go listen to the last 7 hours. I'm not going to repeat it except for in summary here. North Carolina General Assembly. Get your faces out of each other's undersides and fix it. Let cops earn infinity of overtime. Except maybe no more than 80 hours a week and age something. And if set a decent set of administrative codes to dump on the departments and the sheriff's offices that, hey, if your shift supervisor says you look crappy and not responsive and maybe fatigued, you're going to take the night off and lose a little bit of that overtime. Because here's where I was going a little while ago. And one of my tenants at my place, after I finally got rid of the pain in the butt I showed you earlier, was one of these pyramid scheme guys with elixir sixers. And he ended up running out of my place, and he'd warned me that I might leave out of here one night. Because all of his clients in his pyramid scheme network marketing Vitamita Vegemin businesses and sell these phone cards and these special cards, but we don't want you to sell these gift cards. We want you to sell to other cops for them to sell these gift cards, and you get a markup of all their sales or a bonus back or whatever. All the schemes that it all amounts to pyramid schemes. And they just keep changing the label on that. Well, it's not a pyramid scheme, it's network marketing with tiered rewards. Okay, whatever. Well, 99% of his business, and it was highly lucrative, was cops, which is why he said, one day I'm going to bail out of here. I'll leave you a pile of money in an envelope under your door and no love letter or nothing else, and I'll be gone. Which he did eventually do. He said, when you spend your whole life getting rich, ripping off cops, sometimes you got to get out of Dodge. Those are cops. But they're all gullible. They're all goofy. They're like gamblers. They all think that there's an easy way they're going to make that million because their damn departments and offices won't let them work. Because some state back pay, overtime, override, the retirement, the pension, the yada yada, the something else. Fix it. Cops, you want to be cops, whatever, and not just stay the hell out of our private security business or get in it 100% and get right. Then move your ass to near the border. Be a Robeson or Robinson or however you say it, county sheriff, and then get you a job and a residence in South Carolina. Work 3 days up here, hop over the border 6 seconds away, and work 4 days over there. And just work yourself to DOA with X's over your eyes. For no overtime and no bonus retirements and no nothings. But don't be using our taxpayer tools, equipment, and whatever to be stealing our private jobs that I don't care what you think you go through in your police stuff, you stupid welfare government flunkies. We fluff your trousers because we need warm asses in police cars. You ain't nothing. You ain't got nothing in law enforcement other than the dirt. Like, go stick your wee-wee in a 15-year-old girl. Well, we take video, because that's the way we roll. And if you're not going to do it, you ain't one of us, or worse. I can tell you stories about Harnett County that are worse. Yep. Even then, abusing a teenage girl and her learner's permit. Or provisional license, they used to call it back in the day. True story. You want to be a done cop? Out behind the Winn-Dixie doing dirt. And we all got to do it. Allegedly. On the Death Star in Star Wars 1977. But that's the truth of it. You ain't got nothing. Nothing in your law enforcement industry that is corrupt, as shitey, as twisted, as wicked, as evil. Did I say corrupt? Deluxe corrupt, incompetent, stupid, moronic, and corrupt. Did I say corrupt and incompetent as North Carolina DPS's broom closet known as the Private Protective Services Board? You cops want our jobs? Pay your dues. Which also leads back to all the rest of you hoity-toities up there earning government checks with your badass attitude about we don't train to the standard, we train to the hours. But Bill MacRae can train to the standard, especially if he's shooting the targets from 5 yards away, because he got to have them guys' asses out on the sights. Allegedly. You government flubs in your perfection, wonderfully born, cloud whatever you are, so much smarter than the rest of us peasants and peons who we don't pay your salaries. some other taxpayer version pays it. I know the whole thing. Us John Q citizens, us peasants, us slave girls can just go sit down there and wait for the executioner. I should pull the picture back up. You guys get paid to make mistakes. You guys get paid to go to your classes. And you run your smart mouth at us constantly about how, well, if you want to get paid, you'd work for the government too. You're the idiot working for them private bosses. Well, if all the rest of us finally fade away and give up, there ain't going to be no private security bosses, and then we won't need a private protective services board, which if I had millions of dollars and lots of money and everything else, I would sue, get injunctions, freeze that place up, audit the hell out of it, try to get the federal courts to strike 74C from the law and tell the North Carolina General Assembly to start over and get it right this time. And before we'll ever allow you to enable something as dumb as that ever again, we're going to take whatever legislature you want and not put it through a bunch of government yes-men lawyers who sit around drunk at the General Assembly building on the clock. True story. Telling you, sure, law's perfect. And you guys sit around and vote each other perfect. General Assembly. Oh no. The Supreme Court of the State of North Carolina. The second you draft a bill, I would sue somebody and get the Supreme Court of the state, not the feds, unless I could somehow, because I could claim it affects interstate commerce like a Texas licensee is being mistreated in North Carolina. All of a sudden it's federal. And get real courts the way it was designed to allegedly work, hypothetically, that we shouldn't have to wait for the government to vote it illegal and some executive branch buffoon to sign an illegal and then some government agent to actually do it illegal in order to bring in 15 years, we'll see how this works out. Is it a criminal or a civil rights or is everybody immune? Who cares? Lawsuit about it. In checks and balances, when the legislative body legislates and the executive body signs it into law, before it goes into law, a panel of court will go like a bunch of academics and what if the thing to death, and if they can find a flaw with it, kick it all back, start over. We found a flaw, and don't tell them what the hell it is, I guess, because you lawyers are better than everybody else. Especially you judgy-wudgy kind. Elon Musk, help a bro out. Let me destroy the PPSB and get rid of them. They're not helping anything. They're not saving anything. They're hurting everything. They're discouraging innovation. They're encouraging law breaking. Because if all you guys at the PPSB are going to say F the law and F the rules, what do you think us little peasant peons working down here on the ground at $14 an hour for these private rip-off tards are going to do? We're going to get ours. And we're going to get even. Well, if you ain't got to follow the rules, neither do we. You ain't got to follow the law, neither do we. You ain't got to apply it equally, or you can be a sexist, so can we. And look who's there supposed to catch us at it. You, PPSB. Bill MacRae runs that toilet paper under all your noses, and you sniff his crap and move on. Smells like flowers. Each and every MFing one of you. And I guess I'm going to shut the door on that madness. I don't apologize. If any of you had ever done any one thing right, I'd have sure pointed it out. Like, let's scroll back. Let's scroll back. Let's scroll back. I wrote it in the description. I wrote it in my little notes. I don't think I copy pasted it to the chat, but I could. But I'm not. I'm just going to say it again and read it again so it's real big on the screen before I show the thumbnail again, and then just hopefully maybe yap with George and he doesn't say, dude, that was a big waste of time. You're dumb. I'm going to look for number one, Paul Sherwin, just like I told you last time. I'm telling you again this time. You saw some smoke. Don't hate on me because I pointed out and detailed all the fire. I just ran with something because I assume you're very busy, sir. That's all. I'm not trying to steal your thunder. If I did, I apologize. Good job, Paul Sherwin. Good eyes, good ears. Listening to them goon cops talking about how brazen they are. Jeffrey Smythe. Good job. Putting up, I said it last time. Don't fire them all, sir. Don't. Audit. Figure out. Listen. Listen, it took me 14 hours. Refined and having gone through this and thought through this and tried to write an outline and be less of the world's most frustrated inarticulate and provide the receipts. It took me 14 hours. I would hate. No, I would love, especially if you'll pay me, Jeffrey Smythe, I would love to do whistleblower interviews and discussions with the employees of the board. Maybe they turn out that there's, Dean, you're an idiot. We're all so happy here. It's the Stepford board. It's the S in PPSB stands for Stepford. Whatever. Wherever the information goes. Is there nothing you have to comment about? Great. That would be wonderful. Nothing that we could offer upstairs so that the PPSB doesn't keep splashing turd all over the secretary's office? Because I don't think the new secretary needs the old secretary's mismanagement turd splashing back on him. Let's clear the pipe. Let that turd flow the direction it's supposed to. And then find it again. Find it again. Find the letters. That's from Three Stooges. It's called Disorder in the Court. It's a fantastic episode. The parrot in the cage in the court keeps saying, find the letter. I'm looking for a set of letters. I should probably do Control F and find. I can't find it. I don't care. I'm just going to say it again. I know what it says. The last time, at the last meeting regarding Dog. Not the bounty hunter. That's John Lang's video. Somebody get over there who has influence at John Lang and tell him I would love to talk to him and I would love to work with him. Especially if he'll put his clout behind, man, this much bullshit at an NCPPSB. What's going on with some of these other things? When I got myself kicked off of, when the lightning struck and I lost my face space, I was following several of these county or city inspections offices and the abuse that they allow contractors to do to people buying and building homes and trying to renovate and repair. Department of Insurance and Contractors License Board, you guys are worse than the PPSB. Or equally bad. Supposed to be protecting the people. You are the worst kind of thieves, you government employees who take our taxpayers' 3,000x grand children's debt money to go live your debt-funded lives and live check to check, supposed to be servicing us, and all you do is abuse us. I hate you. Where was I at? Oh, yeah, Steve Johnson. Gary Pastor. said something about the doggies. No matter what else happened, I choose to ignore it, and I'm probably not going to rewatch that part of the video because I'll find out different and get myself all gut turned again. Steve Johnson said, "Get us a little something in writing. We'll look it over." Good job, sir. Catch him doing something right. Paul Sherwin smelled the smoke, saw some sparks. Good job, Paul. Good job. Andy Renfro went to several of those meetings as a board member and a private investigator, and he came back with everything's perfect, and I made a lot of friends and connections in my private industry. Good job, Andy. Good job. I guess. Okay, let's go. Where are we at? 06, 52, and 46, 48, 49, 55. Rip. ZSA, ZSA, the dog, a lily. Sads and all that. Sads and broken hearts. Read the text. The original first one. Oh no, more texts came in. Sorry, everybody. I was busy doing, this rantery thing. I thought it was a long text that had a see more or tap to read more. Oh, it was, but then somehow I don't know what happened. She said I could read it. We're going to pretend it's somebody we don't know. We found this letter laying on the road. I'll tell you what, guys, one day my yin yang balance story. Finding a piece of paper on a street on a very stressful day. I found this wandering along through this world. And somehow I just know it relates to a very old, very long, lots of years, good service to each other, Dogalilly, and the person that the dog owned, or vice versa. I'm emotionally and physically exhausted. I've cried all day. Had to put her to sleep, dug her grave, and bury her alone. Oh no. If you're in NC, I apologize. I don't think I could have helped, but I would have. I'll tell you a story about another David someday. I'm exhausted. I'll listen to the recap tomorrow. Hugs. Well, if you're all the way down there in somewhere else, another state, then there's nothing I could have done. But if you're right here at home, I apologize because I never did say in any of my couple of text messages. Oh, Coop, that was the one I read the wrong one. The one I said I wasn't going to read, I read. We exchanged quite a few messages while I was babbling my mouth. That's, I guess, why many times I got distracted. Maybe I won't read this one with the view all attached to it. Let me look. I'm looking. I'm running my mouth so there's not dead air while I'm trying to read with one eye and look at my screen and viewers and chats with the other eye.
Put him on opposite side. That's why you're cross-eyed.
Yeah. I laid her to rest under our favorite tree, surrounded her grave with salt and center powder and sage smoke. Said a thank you to the something. I'm going to leave that out. For having her pick me as her person and giving me so much love, compassion, peace, and joy for so many years. This is a beautiful letter to have found in the world. Do you believe in destiny? I prayed they guide her spirit to where angels belong and watch over her body as it gently gives back to the earth. I prayed her soul finds me again, if I'm worthy. Then I broke down. Part of my soul was gone. 11 years is a long time. Which she didn't get it brand new puppy at 11. They met. The dog had some years on it already. Aw. And then for some reason my phone said, copy to the clipboard. Okay, phone. Who shall I paste it to? I don't know. Phone is doing things. Who was phone? Sads and broken hearts. And it's another thing I say. To break my heart, you must first make my heart. True. I'm a cold and jaded dude, but I can get a teary up eye. I discussed again with somebody else recently, including I remember talking to Bill H about it. It's a story of a person and their dog. No matter how old your skin is, your inner child will take over when it deals with your, especially dog. Some people have a better way with cats than I do. I'm dog people and horse people and pretty much everything people, even the cats. I'm a critter guy. Anyway, the dog stories. Old Yeller. That's a tough one. And then, I don't remember the year. Will Smith. He was the star in the remake of what's the Charlton Heston movie you like so much, George?
Omega Man.
Omega Man. The Last Man, whatever. I Am Legend.
I Am Legend.
Yep, that's the one. Will Smith, I Am Legend. Find the part where he's crying and singing. Every little thing is gonna be all right. It's tough stuff, especially if you're a dog people. If you ain't for dogs, pretend that's a child. There, be a people person, and think, man, Will Smith did good. And that's about how it goes sometimes. Well played, Will Smith. Then you had to ruin it by smacking Chris Rock, unless you guys staged that whole thing. They are movie stars, you know, actors. ZsaZsa, I searched for a minute earlier, but as you can see, I'm an hour 33 minutes past when I thought I would be done with this today. We're at 7 minutes and 29 seconds. If you will, George, say a little something, I'll say a little something. And when this gets to 7:07, just like the last one, I'm going to click the off button.
Okay.
But I don't know, I'm wore out. I was wore out when I started it, but I feel better.
That's
But
a good thing.
for the good or the bad of it, I feel like I have catharticized it, and I'm not going to revisit. I did
Okay.
what I could do. I will send links to. I don't know if I will send anything to the new director. The new director has things to do. Maybe I'll just send them to Paul Sherwin and a couple others at the PPSB directly. So you guys do what you want or don't do with it. Anything at all. I don't care.
Yep.
But hope that if you do nothing at all, that the boss don't find out. Wait, somebody did your jobs for you? All of you? including the links, and still, and still. Yep, it's the same everywhere. I wonder how video games and movies get made at all. Good, bad, or ugly. The fact it gets done and shipped. Let me computer programmer nerd laugh for a second. It compiles, ship it. Not did it run or even load a load screen. Nope. The compiler said it is compiled, it's executable. Ship it. Hmm.
Now, what
Equals
number were you waiting for it to reach?
7 hours, 7 minutes, 00 seconds.
Okay, got 7 minutes to go.
Blah, blah. And thanks, everyone.
Thanks for the memories.
Exactly. Especially George for hanging out. George hung out the whole time. Yay. Next time you go live on your stream and I'll hang out.
Yeah.
Oh. Or I don't know what. Next time I go either streaming or video making, I have no idea. I have to do some serious thinking and soul searching about what else will I do with this place. Waiting for as close to 7H7M00S to click the stop button. Feels good. Cutie pie or British, some areas of Britain. Britain. Swallowed T's kind of make a throat noise. And then, as close as I can get, we're at 070436. We talked about movies. We talked about PPSBs. We talked about governments. We talked about ice, baby. I hope. Click the stop. Oh, what do we got left? Less than 2. Let's close the Firefox. Close. Let's go back to downloads. Let's get the thumbnail back on the screen. Still opening on the other screen, even though I closed it on that screen. Go there. And let's. I shouldn't have brought her back up. Are you not entertained? We are entertained. All of the people in all the high places probably laughed their arses off over ice babies and the poor, they don't know any better, others hurting and KIAing each other while everybody else sits around our fancy feast houses eating steaks and passer wibs. And those, just because they're in an elevated position, are no better or less than those down here laying in the dirt. They just allowed those seats so that they think they're above the others. Because that's how us peoples do. 706 and 37. We're just going to leave that on the screen. I'm going to hover over stop streaming. Stop screaming. I have been screaming.
Yeah, I wish we could stop screaming.
And then we're going to say 10. And thank you, everybody. Have a great night. Have a great life. Thanks for listening. If you did. 3.